All right.
Greetings, sentient beings. This broadcast is not intended for children. There may be strong language, adult themes, and because it's a pagan holiday, possibly nudity.
Ooh.
So with us today, we have Doc Fearsome.
I'll get naked.
And Godless Sewing.
How's it going? Before we go to the lovely Jenny, I will be stickering my 1997 Genome sewing machine that I will be telling you a story about later.
Okay.
Hi,
And
Bill.
in Milwaukee today, Jenni Morgan.
Good. Well, morning or afternoon, since we're right on the cusp. You know, I don't know. I know I was a couple minutes behind, so.
It's technically afternoon now. I've got 12:01 on my clock.
Yeah, but I was a little bit behind, so it might be 11:57 right now.
How's it going, nerdy? It's still morning here in sunny Southern California.
Hey, Chad, how do you like the new view?
Ow.
Can anybody tell where we are?
Milwaukee Lakefront.
Oh, gosh. You're a genius.
You want to know why? It's because I can read that because I'm just far enough away where I can see it on the computer.
Yes, we are in Milwaukee's lakefront. We are in what's called Veterans Park, which is a landfill. There's about, I think it's about 40, 50 acres worth of a lake that they filled in with rocks and garbage and all kinds of stuff, and then soil, and they planted all these trees and grass. And it's just this big, beautiful park area that is used very heavily for kite flying and little kite events that are held several times a year. In the background, you got, of course, the main downtown area. Now, I haven't been home for a few years, and there is a number of buildings down here that I've never seen before. I knew they were going to build them, but it's like, oh, look, there's something new. And the roadways down by all those buildings is completely redesigned. I actually got lost in my own hometown this morning. It was very, very strange.
So that's actually not the most rare thing. How's it going, Jeff?
Hi, Jeff.
Hey, well,
I get lost. They completely have rebuilt my town to the point where I'd almost call it gentrification if a bunch of yuppies didn't live here. And when you go up by my old high school, it used to be nothing but desert, and now there's homes for 15 miles in all directions. I get lost.
Okay. And we have Godless Scummer joining us.
Hey, Jeff.
Yeah, hey guys. I probably won't be joining for too long, so I probably have to go in about half an hour or so.
Yeah, good to have you stop in.
Yeah, pop in and say hello, and I don't know if any of you saw the post I put in a group earlier today about the. I'm just really, I'm very, very pissed off with the British Labour Party right now.
That's a 5-hour conversation.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Well, before we get into too much, just want to acknowledge who we got in the side chat here. So Nerdy Rodent and Godless Granny, and the Lone Wanderer and Greg Hartwick. Oh, and Sandy with us now.
Hey, Sandy.
Lone. Hey, Greg. Hey, Lone.
And Angelicious.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And Angie just joining us.
Hey, Will, what's the weather report where you are?
Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 81 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh,
enjoy the sunshine, William.
That's perfect. But what she's not telling you is that it's going to be 104 this afternoon.
Oh.
So we've had unreal weather this year. Again, if you do not believe in climate change, come to Southern California, where we have turned into Phoenix, Arizona.
Damn.
Yeah,
this is our windy time of year where we get wind and it's sweater weather and, pumpkin spice lattes and all those cliches, and it's summer all over again.
Well, I was noticing here, even through last winter, it was warmer than usual, and and we got our summer temperatures a month earlier than we should have.
Right where I am right now,
I,
it's about 62 degrees and a nice northeast breeze. The lake is starting to kick up and head over the breakwaters.
Yep. Well, and we're in the
See,
last week of September in Minnesota, and we still had days get into the 80s. That's not right.
See, I do not like to get into anecdotal kind of evidence when it comes to an issue like climate change, because that seems to be the throwback from climate change deniers, because
Okay.
they don't understand how this shit works. Like,
Let's try this, Jeff. I'm looking at a shoreline.
Hold on, Jenny. Let me finish.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Let me finish on this. Okay. Because they'll tend to throw back something like, "Oh, it was really." They'll throw an anecdote back. "Oh, it was cold here last winter, and the Earth can't be warming up." It can't be a thing. But yeah, if we are going to go down the anecdotal route, the last 3 winters I've had in the UK have been the mildest I can ever remember.
Good for you, Southern Cal. The entire west coast of America is on fire because of climate change.
I mean, I would definitely spend at least most of the month of December and most of January. I would be wrapping up really warm, whatever, and I have not had to do that in several years. And I mean, like I said, I don't like to go down the anecdotal route with this stuff, because, it gets into the whole thing of, hey, I don't experience it. It gets into a personal.
Okay, so this is a perfect teaching moment. So where I live, there is actual evidence of lakes drying up. It is so hot that our old infrastructure cannot take the heat, so it is setting everything on fire. And you can see over the past 20 years where it's just getting hotter and hotter here. That's not anecdotal. That's quite literally evidence. We here in America, we're screwed. On the west coast of America, there is quite literally nothing that we can do. If you look at a fire map right now, tell me there is not fires basically from Mexico all the way to Vancouver, Canada, probably up to Alaska right now. I haven't checked in a couple days because it's depressing.
Crazy.
Oh, it's nuts, dude. Like,
we're getting floods over here, like lots of rain and shit.
Oh yeah, it's nuts right now.
I'm looking at a shoreline that I have known intimately for 60 years, and it is higher than I have ever seen it. It's making a new water line this year. It's so high.
And that's funny because somewhere like in Oregon, the Jackson River has disappeared. Like, it's sad to watch.
Yeah, the Great Lakes will not be affected by four of the 5 Great Lakes will not be affected by the rise of oceans. Ontario will be history at some point, but the rest of them are 700-800 feet over sea level, and so it just if it goes up that high, the entire country is pretty much gone. So that's not going to happen. But for it to be so high, that means that, of course, we've been getting shitloads of rain, way more than we're used to in some areas. And the Great Lakes Basin, of course, is very large. And so everywhere around the Great Lakes has just been getting way more rain than they can handle. And there's been floods all over the place here, too.
Right now in the UK, Ashton Hayes may become the English first carbon neutral. Oh, okay, that's not it. There's a town right now in the UK that's being swallowed up by the ocean. I watched the documentary on it just like a couple weeks ago.
Oh. I'll try and find that out in a bit. Well, I think it's
Happisburg. I can't necessarily. The names are not necessarily readily identifiable. I think also though you should educate yourself rather than relying on one person. you should really look into your area because people say all kinds of things. They're like, oh, literally, they're like, oh, this is fine as they're on fire.
Well, I mean, historically, due to, should we say, change, due to some changes in the environment, like I can think of a number of local examples to me of things that have happened historically. Now, I live on the south coast of the UK. Now, for those who don't know the UK geography, there's an island. If you look at the centre of the south coast of the UK, there's an island called the Isle of Wight, which I've been to many times because it's not far away from me. At one time, like the capital of the Isle of Wight was a place called Newtown, but got affected by changes to environmental changes. They had to move the main sort of say trading port, which was Newtown, to this place called Newport, which is still there to this day. And yeah, that stuff happens. But
so after I pack this, I am going to start putting stickers on my beautiful 1997 Genome that I found recently at a thrift store. And it's now to the point where I was minding my own business. I did cruise the electronics section looking for one, but I didn't find a sewing machine. And I looked behind the counter as I'm checking out, and I looked at the lady, and I was like, how much is it? And because she knows me, she turned around and grabbed the sewing machine, knowing what I was talking about. But I have a feeling like because I am the person who goes around buying sewing machines at all these thrift stores, they're going to rack the price up thinking that they're pushing sewing machines. When in actuality, I'm the only one buying them. This is what happened with denim. There's this one store, they're like, oh man, our denim sales have gone through the roof. And I'm like, yeah, because of me. Stop ripping me off. Because I buy things in bulk, so the people at the thrift store love me.
So I have a serious question, Will. You have a genome sewing machine. Are you stitching together DNA?
Oh, if I could, I'd have a clone army, and they would have taken over the world by now.
Oh, Doc, you need to be punished.
I love Doc's jokes. And because I'm old, and my son was like, Pops, you are so old, you are so cliche. I got meme stickers. This one says, I saw that. It's good old Jesus.
Oh God.
So, and this is the famous Springfield fish.
Message for you, Jenni.
Hold on. I have to turn the camera around.
is that Sandy? Hey, Sandy.
Oh, this is close to my heart, and I'm definitely going to put this on the sewing machine. When in doubt, blame Carol Baskin.
Carol fucking Baskin.
Oh, I was waiting for it, damn it. I was waiting for someone to say it.
Thank you, Sandy.
Killer husband fucking whacked him.
And because this particular sewing machine, I had to take apart completely, redo the feed dogs and everything. So I'm going to put a Kim Kardashian crying sticker on it because this one actually gave me hell.
Okay, and Will, you got a sewing question.
Sewing by hand. What type of needle do you need to sew? Okay, so that's a very good question. So you could use a standard sewing needle, but it just has to be really sharp if you're dealing with denim. I have a larger hand, and because my hand is obscenely large, I use almost like knitting needles. They're so big because, I have to be able to grip them. But there are many different sizes of the needles. Like this is something that I would use for denim. Where's mine? It's like about 1.5 inches around there. It's a little bit more thick and a little bit more wide.
Will
But if you,
the seam you do on like traditional jeans down the leg where it looks like it's a, what is that, a triple ply denim then when the fold is done
yeah,
and it stitches, how hard is that to get through?
you have to so you have to have a professional machine. Like this machine would get set on fire if I tried to do that. The Singer would definitely, the old Singer, the one that you know what's really funny, really quick before I go off, I'm going to start doing more sewing machine videos because every time I make a sewing machine video, people watch it. But this 1953 Singer, that thing could go, you know, you could make a t-shirt out of a tire with that thing.
Sorry guys. Sorry to interrupt guys, but I said I can only stop in for a few minutes. I'm going to have to jump off now. So
all right.
Okay, we'll catch you later.
It was great to
Jesse.
see you, man.
Cool. See you later. Right.
So my Husqvarna, which is quite literally like an $800 sewing machine. It's fancy. It's like a Ferrari. That thing would explode if I tried to do denim with it.
Well, you know, I was having this thought, Will, Husqvarna should sponsor you.
They should. That's why I'm going to not stop saying their name until they do. They have the one thing that spoiled me though is I've always had different types of machines, but I went out and invested in this particular machine and you can't compare it. Like fixing this, I realized how spoiled I was because most machines give you trouble. And my Husqvarna, properly threaded, I forget. I run out, like I literally run out of the bobbin because it's just so perfect, you know. But this one right here, that's my dressmaker. I bought that 2 weeks ago. That is made for leather. So that particular machine will punch through triple seams. The one I miss oh Angie, I know how it is. So when there's a certain sewing machine that I'm looking for right now that I'm like asking my whole family, where's my dad's sewing machine? But the dressmaker, I got really lucky when I got that because they did not know what they had. Recently, I watched this guy who fixes sewing machines, and he kind of put it better than I ever could. The old metal sewing machines last forever. Like this machine is from the brown machine over here is from 1953, and it works better than this. That was made in 1997. You know?
Oh yeah, if you can get a Singer from the 60s or earlier, it's all steel gear still.
Everything, and it properly oiled. There's no problem. And if thread gets caught in it, the gears are just gonna grind it out and spit it out. You know. That's one thing about metal. They were like, this machine outlasted its owner and it will outlast me. And the dressmaker too. It's all metal. And even my Bel Air down here, the 1969 Japanese sewing machine, the entire machine is cast iron aluminum. At least that's what it said on the specs.
Yeah, well, it was actually a problem that Singer realized they were having in the 60s. Well, actually, I think even earlier than that, was that they had made the machines too good. So to keep selling them, they had to establish a program of having shops buying them back and breaking them up for scrap because they just weren't wearing out. So the only way they could sell new ones was to sell people on new features and make sure the old ones couldn't be resold.
That is what they do nowadays, and it drives me insane because there's certain machines that I really want, but everyone who owns them, they're like, there's only a 2 or 3 year window on this because they build machines nowadays to break.
Well, yeah, now they're all nylon gears. You'll strip the gears out if you stress them.
I couldn't believe it. Singer makes a very famous heavy-duty sewing machine that every YouTuber has. I almost went out and bought one recently thinking that it would be a superior machine. I've been watching reviews, and the same guy that fixes sewing machines, he took it apart and half of it's plastic. That's why they fail, because the machine parts heat up and melt.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah. I've tried to fix a number of sewing machines, and yeah, the newer ones just aren't worth fixing. You know, trying to find parts for them, and if you can find parts for them, it's just not worth it for what you have to pay for replacement gears.
Exactly. You might as well buy a new sewing machine because the parts and labor are going to cost you $300-400 anyways.
We got to stop that kind of behavior. You know, capitalism keeps doing stuff that way so it can make more products, so it can make more money. But look what it's doing to us, you know, for landfills and garbage and pollution.
Thank you.
Yep. It's a big part of the garbage problem that things are not made to be repaired anymore.
Our cell phones.
And the American people have got such the mindset of that people don't even think about repairing them. I cannot tell you how many electric fans that I found that people put in the garbage that really all they needed were for all the gunk to be cleaned off the blades, and they work perfectly well.
Same. Or like the mount broke and so it can't stand up. Like I could fix a fan in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Same.
You know, I mean, the motors and everything's perfectly good. People just don't even get the fact that you can just clean them, let alone repair them.
Yeah. What was the topic again? Great Hartwick is asking.
Oh, today's the autumnal equinox, the day of the year that the time of daylight and night should be equal.
So can I sing the Age of Aquarius then? Is that April? Like, I'm really not into religion at all. Is that in the same ballpark?
Yeah, more New Age.
Yeah.
This is more traditional pagan stuff.
So I'm actually really this sewing machine is kind of a triumph though, because it just feels good when you take something apart and you put it back together and it works. I had this thing completely in 50 different pieces and it works. So it's an accomplishment. Oh, and I made a caftan too, but I made a video about it, so I'm not going to give it away too much. But I'm going to start showing people how ridiculous it is that we gender clothes. Because I look good in a caftan, and you're not, and no one's gonna hold me back from wearing one.
Well, caftan's a standard garment for men in the Middle East, isn't it?
Exactly. Because when I made a blue one.
I'm not sure if this question is for Will or for Doc.
What?
Well, I use the Singer sewing machine because you can wash the blood off of a metal sewing machine.
I didn't see the question. I now I want to hear it.
What is the best sewing machine for human skin? Asking for a friend. Wasn't that Ed Gein? He was a hand sewer. Oh, now I'm showing my serial killer knowledge. Ed Gein was a scary, scary mofo. And
Ed Gein was our backyard here.
someone that I work with still to this day, and because I know she's not watching, she is one of the toughest lesbians I've ever known in my life. She's a real life cowboy. Anyways,
I grew up in Casey's neighborhood.
I knew someone that lived on the same street as in Chicago. What was the name of the clown?
Yeah, John Wayne Gacy. That was the guy I was just saying.
Yes.
Yep.
I had a friend
I grew up in the Chicago suburbs, and I was early teens when they just found out about him.
Hey, Will, what's the temperature at John Wayne Gacy's house?
Oh dear.
I don't know.
27 below.
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna get a hi hat. If you guys still keep telling these cruddy jokes, I'm gonna get a hi hat in here. Oh.
Okay. Yes. Well, back on the gendering clothing. Actually, it was something that I'd had all my life. Was that women's jeans just always fit me better.
And in Southern California, everyone, well, not me, but a lot of people are wearing skinny jeans, and back in my day, we called those girl jeans.
I don't get how you get skinny jeans on. I mean, they're no bigger than the diameter of your ankle. How do you get that over your heel?
I have a butt and hips, so I've never attempted to wear those jeans. I go to Walmart because Walmart still makes regular jeans.
I remember one of my sisters doing the shrink to fit jeans that she would buy the brand new jeans and sit in the bathtub until they shrank onto her.
Oh, that brings me back to acid wash jeans and airwalks.
Did your sister have permanent camel toe? I'm sorry. Ooh, boy.
That's true. Some you know, and I'm not dogging on anything. I'm just showing the fact that like we go out of our way to gender everything, and I don't understand why.
Yeah, I'm in complete agreement. I think everyone should be free to wear whatever damn clothes they want.
Exactly. Like I said this last week, like I obsessively wear a lot of denim, and there is no difference between a denim shirt made for a woman and made for a man. Sometimes the ones made for women are thicker thread. They're better made, I guess, but and there's a lot of women that are the exact same size as me. So I bought a ton of women's denim shirts, and I wear them, and no one can tell the difference.
Okay, well, Wanderer, maybe you can answer Jenny's question about how you get skinny jeans on.
Maybe I should put Kim Kardashian right here.
I personally don't see any need for the word transvestite. I think it's a completely useless word.
Well, it's one of those words like what is it? Oh, missing link. It's an 80s term.
Yeah,
like broke a divide. Yeah, that's an 70s term, you know.
Yeah, definitely relevant at one time, but yeah, I don't personally see any use for it. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, I was just saying again, you know, there should be no men's and women's clothes.
So I have a really quick question because I'm old. What does this green frog mean? Is this like some like something?
That's the Kekistan freaking icon for.
I've actually seen a documentary about this.
Okay, Jenny.
That character was originally designed as a children's character in a little one-up children's book kind of thing by a guy who does lots of children's kind of illustrations and cartooning like that. For reasons really not understood by the original author of the frog, and it does have a proper name, I just don't remember what it is. It got taken over by the extreme right wing and was used as the symbol for Kekistan and Cucks and just that whole disgusting right wing philosophy. And it went on for a number of years, and it's still going on today, of course. When the author of the, I keep saying author, it should be the artist or the.
Okay, yeah, Pepe is the frog's name.
Yes, yeah. And the owner got wind of it, what was going on. He tried to put together an anti-Kekistan, for lack of a better word, movement to get his, to own that character again, to make it his. And they went on this social media campaign of, shaming people for using it, asking people to use it, and all kinds. And it has greatly reduced because of his efforts, but it's still out there and gets thrown around with various things. But it was not originally designed as anything to be political.
The second I saw it, I kind of had a clue because it's always some goober or knuckle dragger that has it as a it's usually a sock account that'll have it as their avatar, and it's someone calling me the N-word, or oh, you're gay because you sew, or I get a lot of those.
Yeah, really? And I have to feel.
One day I want to show my DMs between dick pics, and people are like, "You're gay." Thanks. Thanks. This is a Wendy's.
I have to feel for an artist like that, that they created a character for something and it winds up being co-opted by some movement they don't agree with.
I won't even lie. I didn't like what they did to it's not Franklin. I didn't like it when they memed Franklin, the PBS cartoon. I would like, there's certain shows that when Isaiah was younger, I'm like, you're gonna watch this show. And I would like, he would watch a lot of the PBS shows, and it is one of the most wholesome, like, just absolutely, it's a show you want your child to watch because it teaches morals.
Yep.
It's for little kids, and they memed it, and it's awful.
Ken Ham tried to co-opt Veggie Tales to support his creationist narrative. And Paul Agia actually got the creator of Veggie Tales on his show.
Oh, wow.
Berating Ken Ham for taking his property.
Yeah.
Because he said that his characters were not at all intended for what Ken Ham was supporting.
They're just trying to teach kids. Like, I'm not the most pro-religious person, but if you want to teach your kids, I'm not going to sit here and tell people what, especially if it's something wholesome, I don't know. It just bothered me when they memed Franklin. It's the frog with the balled up fist.
Yeah, I have a very personal hate for Veggie Tales just because with the woman I was living with her 3 kids, her kids were pretty much addicted to Veggie Tales, and I got all of the songs just, engraved into my brain.
Hey, you guys, you're all pretty advanced technologically, with things that I am not. This thing's got a non-factory radio in it. It's a Kenwood, some model number. Why? Well, first of all, what the hell is HD radio?
High definition.
Yeah.
But what is it actually? I mean, that's just a.
Well, I think it's the equivalent of digital TV. It's radio stations that are on a digital signal rather than analog.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What and sat radio ready is satellite radio, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Channel 43 is the old school rap, and everything from like 38 down is rock. I have XM satellite radio.
Okay. And why do I want to have a USB port in this thing?
To charge your phone.
Oh.
That's what I do. Because I have I just put a new radio in my 1988 Ford F-150, and it has the same thing, everything you just described.
It took me like 20 minutes to figure out how to turn the goddamn thing on.
Yeah.
So,
my car has the most, basic package, no accessories at all. I mean, it's got manual window cranks. The one nice thing is that somebody did give it an aftermarket radio, so it's got a Pioneer stereo that had a USB plug-in, so I can just record a bunch of MP3s from my computer on a USB stick and plug it in there.
Oh, you can plug a USB stick in there. Okay. Interesting. So, and then there's iPod, which of course I know enough to know that's to use an iPod with it. But I suppose same thing.
That's the one Apple product that I never owned because I was half homeless throughout my entire 20s and broke. So that was quite literally the only Apple product that I never owned.
Ox says that the HD radio does offer a better sound quality than AM/FM bands.
Okay, well, I'm half deaf, so I don't think that's going to be any meaningful thing with me.
Yeah, same for me.
And this thing plays CDs. Does anybody ever use CDs anymore?
I do.
Well, I have them,
I
but
do.
since the car stereo takes the USB stick, I haven't had need to pull them out for quite a few years now.
Do you have to format them and special on a USB stick, or they're just all MP3s, or are they Apple lossless format, or
No, I just drag and drop MP3s
onto a disc or stick?
Yeah, MP3s and MP4s. I just drop them onto the stick, and the stereo sorts it out.
That's kind of amazing.
I say that
anyways, it turns out that SRC means turn on and off.
Yep.
I didn't know.
And that's what Ox is saying, that the port may also allow you to play music off of your phone through the stereo.
Yeah. See,
so it may be the same kind of thing I've got.
Before this, the most modern radio I had had a cassette deck in it.
There's nothing wrong with a cassette deck. I still, you would laugh at me. I still have Herb Albert and the Tijuana Brass Band tapes. I have the Oak Ridge Boy tapes. Anything that came out in the 90s between Slayer or Belle Biv DeVoe.
My mom collected Herb Albert too.
Oh, mine did too. That's why I have Herb Albert on vinyl, a ton of it.
Yeah, Lone Wanderer says the first car I got was in 2012, and it took me 45 minutes to figure out how to turn on the AC. Had swamp ass by the end of it. Yeah, I think I've only owned one car that the AC actually worked, and that was in the early 2000s.
Monday, so you guys are making me feel better because in that same stereo that I'm bragging about right now, I touched a button and it's at half volume and I don't know what I'm doing. And it's been a week, and so now it's officially a problem.
Okay, yeah, Nerdy says that the FAT32 format is what the USB sticks normally use, and when he mentions that, I remember it coming up, but yeah, that was just the default format that my computer used, so I didn't really have to select it.
Oh, you format the stick in FAT32.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's the first time you put your stick into the computer, it'll have to format it before it puts stuff onto it.
Yeah.
But yeah, under Windows 10, the FAT32 was the default format. So like I said, I really didn't have to think about it. I just clicked format with all the defaults set, and it worked fine.
So Ox brings up a really good point, because like in my truck, I have a brand new air conditioner, but it takes so much energy to get the air conditioner working. I never turn it on.
Well, when you got a truck, you've got a fair amount of area that's got to cool before you're really feeling it.
Exactly. Especially my F-150, it's 25 feet long. So the cab is huge.
Yeah, air conditioners in vans are, rarely worth much. Ox says bring back 8 tracks.
I have a Lloyd's at the shop right now that you want to talk about things that were better made. I have a Lloyd's 8-track player from I don't know when, still works. It's literally working right now at the shop. Radio, the 8-track, everything.
So I got a weird question for you, for anybody here. Have you ever seen a 8-track to cassette tape converter?
Yes, I had one of those at one time.
Yeah, I've seen one in my life. I thought it was pretty amazing.
I actually worked at a factory in Scottsdale, Arizona that did it was VHS to CD players. So basically you could record your VHS on the CD it was a device.
Yeah, a friend of mine had one of those.
And that was the weird thing too. By the time I had seen one, there was already a cassette tape to a disc converter. So like you plug it into a Discman and you put the cassette tape in a cassette player. So I always wanted to get one of those 8-track converters, get an 8-track player, plug that in, put the cassette to disc converter in, and play fucking CDs off of an 8-track player.
You said a word that
to do that.
you totally just reminded me of when I got a Walkman. It literally changed my life. I could tune out my family. I could listen to the radio on the walk home from school. I loved my Sony Walkman. I had that thing until it was in pieces.
I had one at school.
Does anybody else remember recording from LPs onto cassettes? You know, where you had to, you know, pick up the arm of the record player and, you know, put it into the right slot to find which song you wanted from the album.
I had a friend who did that. He used to go out and buy records, and then he would make tape recordings of them and just play the tapes and save the records.
Well, I mean, you had to do that if you wanted to listen to them in the car.
I used to record from the radio. I would put Scotch tape on one side of my cassette.
This friend that did the record to tape thing, he was legally blind, so he didn't do it for driving.
I miss the old days when you could record stuff off the radio.
I thought you were going to say the old days when you could drive blind.
Or copy the TV signal.
Oh, I saw every WWF pay-per-view from 1980 something till I don't know what, because my dad was an electrical engineer. He made his own cable box and just kind of stole the signal, and he's dead, so I'm going to tell that secret. Those were the good old days. I saw every pay-per-view because my dad was smart enough to build a receiver.
I love that, Nerdy.
Nerdy says I'm converting all my Blu-rays and DVDs back to VHS.
So I have a real question. Are Blu-rays are they the next hit, or are they just something that's like, because I have a ton of Blu-rays, my Blu-ray player just broke, and I'm like, oh, I'm kind of screwed. I don't know if I want to go buy another Blu-ray player.
Blu-rays were just to get you to buy all the movies you already owned on DVD again.
The only reason
was a higher density disc setup, and so you just put more on it than a standard DVD.
Yeah, but unless you're trying to put like 8 movies on one disc, it doesn't fucking matter.
The quality is excellent, I will tell you, but you have to have a quality television. So if you put a Blu-ray player on an old standard HD, it's not necessarily going to be perfect, but if you put it on a newer television, it's amazing. I don't know. The only reason that I really want to get a new Blu-ray player is because I have the entire series of Star Trek Enterprise on Blu-ray. So that is quite literally the only reason I would buy a Blu-ray player.
Yeah, I wound up having to buy a Blu-ray player because I found the box set for the complete Samurai Jack, but they only had it available on Blu-ray. They didn't have it on DVDs.
Exactly. See, that's the problem.
So I figured they were going to force me to do it sooner or later, but yeah, I didn't really see the point in it. I also don't even know if my vision's good enough to tell the difference.
I ask myself that often.
It says, Ox says Amazon has an 8-in-1 unit. Plays and records cassettes, 8-track, and radio, and can be hooked up to computer and convert all formats to digital.
Holy shit. That's pretty cool.
Also allows recording cassettes to CDs.
Oh, cool. Sorry, I got added to another group, and I'm looking. It's gonna be so hot today. I can tell already. Just sitting here, it's gonna be unreal.
Now, see, this is what I mean. What Mage is saying. Do I really need something that will allow me to see the details of a gnat's ass in the background?
I want to see the makeup lines and wrinkles of the actors.
Yeah. And that's kind of my thing. It's like, I love nature documentaries, but do I really need to be able to count the blades of grass when they're filming a cheetah running?
I think it's one of those things, because we have the technology, we get overambitious. Coming from an extremely overambitious person, so they're like, oh, we can do this, so we have to create this crazy DVD and all these new things when it's just the same old pig with just different lipstick on.
Well, and I know damn well that these TVs show far more colors than I'm capable of perceiving.
You see, like, okay, right now in front of my face, I have an obscenely large HD TV, and it depends on what channel you're on if you have of how good the quality is.
Yeah, well,
and
I'm using a 50-inch flat screen for my primary monitor.
Oh, okay. I have a oh, where's my camera? Okay. So this is my fancy schmancy video camera. When everyone always asks me, they're like, "Oh, how do you have such quality videos?" It depends on what computer you're sitting at, because even with the 4K quality, like if your computer isn't 4K quality, it's not necessarily going to translate. Especially on the phone, sometimes it looks grainy.
Well, and again, for a lot of stuff, like general chats like this, unless somebody's showing off some kind of pictures that you gotta get details for, a lot of time when I'm watching on YouTube, I set the resolution down a bit just because it streams more smoothly and it doesn't buffer.
Mm-hmm. Do you set it on automatic?
It's usually on automatic, although YouTube tends to screw that up an awful lot, and for some reason thinks automatic means 240p.
That's so YouTube. Because I'm making more videos now, YouTube is so flawed, it's annoying sometimes. They didn't put your notification up for today. Their checks have gotten out of control, where sometimes on certain videos it'll take a half an hour when it says pending or checking after it's uploaded. I have a list of complaints for YouTube.
Oh, the YouTube notifications have gotten so unreliable, I don't even use them anymore. I keep a separate playlist of upcoming live streams that, when people post the thing that they'll be doing a live stream in a couple of days, I just put that on a list and I just sort them in the order they're going to come up, because I can't trust YouTube to give me the notifications. And if I get a notification at all, it's usually half an hour after something started.
That is so annoying.
Real useful for a 15-minute premiere.
Yeah, exactly. Because there are quite a few YouTubers that I want to watch the premiere, and that actually happened to me last night with a new person that I found. Which reminds me, so I think people are tired of looking at my mug. I am a utter and complete. I do like looking at my face. Just
Mate says because of the frame rate most birds see at, an HGTV would look like early motion pictures.
Oh, crazy.
How do they know what frame rate birds can look at or see?
Because someone took one apart. There's always a cruel
birds
answer.
Aren't real. They're all government drones.
When people say things like that, there is a naive part of me that's like, you are not real. Or like when that lady said that she was washed in the blood of Jesus, I'm like, you are a crisis actor and you are lying. Like, you cannot be real. But in real life, I know people like that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm related to at least one.
It's
actually, if you go to the cousins and uncles, quite a few, I think.
That is where I will draw the line. There's in my family, it's to the point where there's a few people I won't even talk to because their woo-woo is so strong I can't even fight through it.
Well, that's, most of them I talk to less than once a year. So,
well, I did this ingenious thing of picking a fight with every single family member, so we don't talk. And it's made my life better, and I'll live an extra 15 years because of it. Less stress.
Well, that's why I feel that, safe distance from my family is generally about 300 miles. The state of Wisconsin is a good distance for me.
A long time ago, a psychiatrist told me that geographic change is an amazing thing. Yeah. Where you can actually be like, you know what, those idiots are all the way over there.
Well, most of my family's in the Northern Peninsula, Michigan, and there's a good amount of them that are around, the extended Chicago area or between Chicago and Milwaukee. So that's why I wanted to get back to Minnesota. It gives me about 300 miles from most of my relatives. I've got one sister up here, but she pretty much keeps to herself anyway. So,
and my family, they all, I moved away when I was like 17, and as people moved away from my hometown, I moved back like 11 years later because they're all gone. So it worked out. So, anyways, back to
Jenni. Jenni, you need to give people a review of your new car.
We can do that.
Oh, what kind of car did you get?
It's actually the same car as I had, except it's white.
Ooh. Oh, okay. It's the one that was up. Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah, we picked it up last night. I've got, let's see, 87 miles, and it's a lovely little car. It's got a number of rust spots that are going to be pretty nasty if we don't do something about them. My brother invited me to come on down for a week or so in spring, and we'd fix them. He used to be a professional body guy, so he knows how to do that stuff. Awesome. And that sort of thing. The suspension is incredible. It's been heavily modified, and it handles really, really well. I'm very pleased with it. The brakes have been upgraded severely, and this thing will just absolutely do a reverse wheelie if you hit the brakes too hard. It is so effective on this car. It's unfortunately got one of those mufflers 20-year-old boys like, so it's kind of loud.
Is it don't tell me it's a 3-inch pipe though. It's not like a motorcycle.
No, it's got twin tail pipes. It's probably an ANSA brand or something like that. Super Sprint maybe. It's a good note, but I'm an old person. I just as soon have dead silence.
People will know you're coming.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. There's no doubt. It's got the upgraded radio. I would have been perfectly happy with the stock radio. It's a couple things surprising. It doesn't have cruise control. I haven't been without cruise control for a long time in a car. This is going to be weird. I'm gonna get tickets. And it doesn't have this one interface with the computer that my other one had, where you push the turn signal stalk in, and it flashes the functions on the onboard clock to monitor different functions of the car, like current MPG, how many miles left in the tank of gas you have, and junk like that. That's useless unless you know why you want to have it. And I'm kind of used to that, so I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do about that. I think I could take the assembly and harness and stuff out of my other car for the cruise and for the onboard computer, and graph them into this. It should be a plug-in situation. The windows operate fine. The interior is immaculate.
Is it leather?
No, but it's a very, very good quality vinyl.
That's awesome.
Hard to tell. But they're,
says you were doing donuts.
They're a fabric insert. The seat is fabric insert, and only the bolsters are vinyl or leather. I guess they like to call that crap.
I had I owned one car that had leather seats. It was a Mitsubishi Montero, and I missed that car. Well, one that I owned. I had a Lexus, but that was a hand-me-down from my dad. So I can't say that.
Like 4 or 5 years ago, when I first got that red car, a friend of mine had a newer BMW. It was called the E46 chassis. It was a 3 Series, and he bought this thing and converted it into a full race car, which means you don't need stuff like the interior. and he pulled out these sport seats from it. They're all leather, motorized, electrically heated. Bolsters are just unbelievably comfortable, and he gave them to me and even installed them in my car for me for free.
Oh, that's awesome.
These seats are, I think I got to put my E46 seats back in there because they're just so nice. But that means they're going to have to do a bunch of fucking wiring under the dash for heated seats and stuff, which is just lots of fun.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, that's what's killed more cars for me than anything else is the wiring getting messed up.
Yeah, I don't mess up wiring. I am extremely good at wiring.
Yeah, well, I don't mean that it wasn't wired properly. I just mean that, over the years, the wiring starts to develop problems.
Yeah.
You get breaks and shorts.
Damn crosslink plastic. Just doesn't hold up. The thing came with snow tires on it.
Oh, wow.
They have lots of tread left. They're Blizzaks, which is a good brand. So I don't drive much, so I'm just going to leave on till winter. And
as a West Coast guy, like, we forget to change our windshield wipers because it doesn't rain here. So the thought of having snow tires is like, really? Like, people really do that?
So leave them on till winter, you mean next week?
Yeah.
Well, we always told people in the business to change your snows on November 15th and April 15th.
That's smart.
And you'll never run into trouble. And that's usually true.
Yeah, I think you run into trouble waiting till November to put snow tires on around here. Minnesota only has 2 months out of the year they've never recorded snowfall.
That's the one thing. Hey, climate change. I know you're an inanimate object, but let's make it snow in Southern California this year, huh?
Yeah.
If we have I want an extremely cold winter.
Yeah. Minnesota, we've had snow as early as the first week of September and as late as the first week of June.
Boy, I don't know if you want that, Will. That would really change the Pacific Ocean to achieve that.
Ooh, the Pacific Ocean freezes over into a giant skating rink.
In my life, in my hometown, it's snowed twice, and it was all in the late 80s. And it snowed in Compton in like the early 2000s, and that's about it. That's about it.
California, it actually snowed. I mean, I know you get mountains and stuff.
Well, see, that's the thing. Where the topography in California is insane. Where I live, I'm on the cusp. I'm in what's called the high desert. So if I drive into the city, I'm literally driving towards the ocean. Because in LA, everything leads towards the ocean,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But if I go north, I'm heading towards the Central Valley, which is mountains. And if I go east, if I go anywhere east of where is it? If I'm heading towards Nevada, those are the Sierra Nevada mountains. So it snows a lot in Southern California, just not in my part of the woods. And Northern California, is a different planet compared to Southern California. They have weather, they have real seasons, they have real, it gets freezing in San Francisco. It's always 80 degrees here.
Well, when you say California, most people are thinking Los Angeles or San Diego.
Exactly. Northern California is actually just Southern Oregon. I don't know. I lived there. Most Californians don't like it. I think it's beautiful. It's just they have the sequoias, Yosemite. The Yosemite Valley alone is just amazing.
Hey, what's the latest on the Sequoia fire?
I stopped watching when they were trying to save like the historic trees. Quite honestly, like the news has been really depressing lately. And then last night with that YouTuber that they found her and her boyfriend disappeared and all that. Like,
oh man,
I was like, man, I'm done with you news. I'm gonna put on some 70s. I'm gonna put on old Soul Train.
Have you heard the incredible mystery that is surrounding that story?
Yes, I I will never do a van life channel now.
For those in the chat that may not be aware what's going on, is her body was basically found by social media.
Yeah.
TikTok and stuff. People were users and provided information, and then somebody, one of the social media users, found the actual body. And now they've been some people. Now this may be getting into the conspiracy theory and crazy thinking that people do, but apparently there have been a number of murders that kind of follow these people's travels, and they're beginning to wonder, or some of the YouTube or I should say social media people are beginning to wonder if the timing is just right, that this guy could have killed other people and then driven on their route and stuff, and that they may think serial killer.
It's possible, but I'd have to see a lot more info on it.
Oh yeah. I agree, but the first time that social media didn't uncover stuff that surprised the fuck out of everyone.
There they are.
Yeah. Oh, Diana here.
Oh,
hi, Diana.
Something I'd like to mention, and this just made me really mad. So we're following this story about this lovely little co-ed, who everybody says is just the bee's knees and wonderful girl and all this stuff, and that's fine and good. And they're following her murder, and I guess that's all fine and good too. But at the same time they found her body in Hawaii, there's been 700 indigenous women who have gone missing and murdered in Wyoming.
Okay, so I got in a fight with someone I really respect last night over this exact same conversation because I brought that up and she slammed me because I was trying to explain to her how it's not even about race, but they'll put beautiful people on the news.
Yeah.
If you're shiny and blonde and you look good in the sun, they'll put you on the news. But if you're an indigenous woman, they could care less. Do you realize how many women were murdered in Los Angeles alone just last night? Just last night. There's people's lives were taken last night, and that's not on the news. And that's not, and it's not even about race.
It does bother me when there winds up, being these nationwide manhunts for one girl missing. And like you say, it's, people don't think about how many wind up getting killed or go missing each day.
I remember years ago in Milwaukee, there was this little 8-year-old girl, African-American girl, and her father dropped her off on the sidewalk in front of her school and left as she was walking into the playground and into the building. She never made it to the building. And the media covered it for about a week, and then it local media, and then it went off the radar, and the girl's never been found. Not a single clue.
Yeah.
Some of us have paid attention to it, and it's like, how does this fucking happen?
Yeah. Well, and it is both that if it's a minority girl, and like Will says, if she's not pretty enough, they don't pay much attention to it.
It's sad. It's really sad. And I try to say, oh, let's take race out of it, but that's the problem, is that the people who are doing this don't take race out of it. So there's some editors sitting in a newsroom saying, oh, no one cares about that little black girl that Jenni was talking about, but everyone's going to care about this blonde girl, so we're going to put her on every 15 minutes on the news cycle,
Yeah, it's mostly, unless it's a skinny blonde white girl.
Or even and I'm biased because in LA, I'm the guy. I am the guy that's gonna bring it up. But black trans women, there's 10 a day that get murdered or some outrageous statistic, and no one cares. Every day there's hundreds of homeless kids that come from around the country to go sleep on the streets on the West Coast. No one cares. They go disappearing all the time. Hi, Diana.
Hi, Diana.
Hi, Di. Yeah, so things are real fucked up news-wise. So, spread that. When people start talking about this kind of shit in day-to-day conversation, mention that kind of stuff. People need to be aware of it. In Canada, there are thousands of young Indigenous and middle-aged women who are all Indigenous that have just disappeared, and nobody ever investigates.
Whereas Mexico, Jennifer Lopez did a movie about it, and no one cared until she did a movie about it. But in the late 90s, there was a woman who was like, where are all these women disappearing to in Mexico? I mean, there was hundreds of thousands of women disappearing, and she found a mass grave with 20,000 bodies.
What?
Oh, look it up. There's just massive graveyards, and still to this day, people, there's a lot of speculation, but people there's never a solid answer. No one cared.
Why it's there? Who did it? Or
no one's fessing up. And I lived in Mexico. It's all about who you know. You keep your head down, and the cops are paid off. It's literally a second world country. We take a lot of things for granted in America, even with our corrupt cops. They're not as corrupt as other countries.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh, that's fucking shocking.
That's what I'm saying, and no one cares. I talk about this all the time. That's why I always say, don't talk about it, be about it, because there are, if we came together as people, we could literally stop this, but no one cares. That's why the Haitians are trying to come here. That's why El Salvadoranians tried to do it a year and a half ago. People, they're coming here because we think it's bad here, but it's worse everywhere else, Crazy time.
Every Monday on ABC News World Nightly News, that's on from midnight till 6 a.m. or whatever. They have their little crawl at the bottom of the screen with additional news that they're not going to talk about, but just let you know about. They always do the death count in Chicago.
What?
This weekend, 45 people were killed in Chicago violence.
Okay, yeah. I unfortunately, I look up stuff like that because I have at least 30 family members that live in inner city Chicago.
Damn. I just don't understand, though, why they highlight Chicago.
Because it feeds into the narrative that I don't even want to say it. It feeds into the racist narrative that, right now, Chicago is one of the most dangerous places on earth. It's literally called Chirac for a reason. And so they have to feed into it. Look what happened to Baltimore. do you know Baltimore used to be what Chicago is? What did they do? They started making TV shows about it in the 90s, in the 80s. What was that show? Baltimore Homicide or something? I can't remember now.
I don't remember the title, but I remember the show you're talking about.
The guy who played Munch was in it. But my whole point is, it's all to exploit what's going on. It's easier to point a finger and say, "Oh, look at these people," than to put your boots on and go help them. It's really easy to sit back and be like, "Oh, these people are this or that." That's what I do here in LA. Like, I go and help homeless people because I know how it is, you know. Sad times in America. And no one's talking about how in Los Angeles we have full on 1920s shanty towns erecting because people are losing their jobs and lives, and they're just becoming homeless. We have seas of RVs everywhere because people are living in their old RVs, you know.
Crazy.
Yeah. So I sit at home and fix sewing machines and watch old TV shows. That's what I try to tell my son, like, enjoy what we have because don't take it for granted, you know.
Well, eventually, global warming is going to affect everybody in the country in the worst possible way. You know, we have done things like, all right, well, okay, we are running out of fuel. It's getting too much carbon, so the taxes are going up. It's too expensive. Now, where are we going to get our shoes? Because right now they all come from China. If they can't afford to ship them over, like it's actually happening right now, there's just not enough stuff being shipped over, and all the department stores are telling people to go Christmas shopping now because it's going to be hard to get stuff in December.
Oh, I was reading that. Yeah, okay. Am I audible?
Hi.
You're audible.
Oh, finally. I was having some
now we can
hardware
hear you.
troubles. Yeah, okay.
I was wondering where you were. How are you?
In a word?
I hear you.
I heard you went to a baseball game.
Yeah. Let's see. About 10 days ago, I think. 12th. And it was okay. I mean, it was a bit disappointing. But yeah, they have all kinds of bag rules going on, and I barely got my backpack in because I was carrying some medication that I have to take with everything I eat. Had I brought my camera with me, I would not have been able to bring that in.
Like an actual camera?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm one of those old fogies that still has an actual camera.
No, I own Nikons, and I was thinking about going to Dodger Stadium, and I'm glad you said that because I'm sure they have the same rules at all the.
I'm pretty sure they do. Yes, I think it's throughout MLB, and
wow.
Ostensibly, it's all about COVID, but I have a feeling that if the plague ever ends, those rules are still not going to end.
Oh no, they were enacting that stuff before the COVID ever started. You know,
Yeah.
all sorts of festivals because they don't want you bringing your own water bottles in. They want you to buy their water at $4 a bottle.
$4? God, that's cheap.
don't even get me started. Around here we call that Disneyland prices, where you go to a certain place and you're captured. So you have to buy everything, you know, it's Disneyland. They won't let you walk in. They check your body. If you have too much fluid, they make you spit on the ground before you walk in there.
Yeah.
Disneyland is no joke.
My. Oh, I'll tell you, that's horrible. What's one of the reasons that I don't go to motion picture theaters, for example?
Well, I hope they save all that spit and recycle it.
There you go. But yeah, I mean, I'm not a big fan of paying $12 for a box of Raisinets. You know, it's just because when I was there, I spent $30 to get the ticket, and I spent almost that much for the food, which was a couple of hot dogs, some ice cream, and a Sprite.
That's insane.
Tell me, yeah.
That's
I
like
think
I'm sorry.
if I live to next year, I think maybe I'll just go to Little League games or something. And
They have the best nachos at Little League.
really, okay.
There's a park by my house, and they have a canteen, and 30 something years later, they still just pour the nacho cheese on the chips with jalapenos. It's the greatest thing.
God, that sounds wonderful. I'd love something like that. I really would.
It's really funny. They do that at Dodger Stadium, but they charge you $25 for it now.
Wow.
$25 for nachos?
What they started doing, well, and it's not just Dodger Stadium. Dodger Stadium, we had a lot of fights. LA, if you're wearing the opposite colors, do not go to Dodger Stadium. You will get beat up.
Oh, no, that sounds like the old days with the Browns and the Steelers. You could get yourself killed by showing up with the opposite teams.
Exactly. It's so sad but true. And so what they did is they put the price of beer to this outrageous amount for like a 16 ounce. It's like $25-$30.
Wow.
Jesus.
So if
They
you're
don't
getting
even charge. Yeah, they don't even charge that much at PNC Park. I think it's $13 or $15 for a tall can of beer.
They did the same in Arizona because they were having so many fights.
Okay.
And they just get tired. You know what? Quite honestly, I thought it was bad until my son was younger, and I'd take him to a sporting event. And there was one time I went with my my ex brother-in-law. I went with my wife's husband, now my son, his kids, and we had a great time. But then there was a brawl like 10 rows in front of us, and we had to leave because these gangsters basically started a riot, you know.
Oh, Lord.
And we had children. We had little kids with us, you know.
Uh-huh.
So I kind of appreciate the crackdown. I go to a lot of hockey games, and you just get foul-mouthed people, but you really don't get fights.
No,
I
the
have
fights
been-
are on the ice.
Yeah, exactly.
I've been to one hockey game. A friend of mine took me to a Penguins game. Oh, I don't know, about 30 years ago. It was fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna change positions. We might drop reception. We'll find out.
Okay.
One thing I won't do again. I've been to one professional football game, and it was horrible. The view was just terrible. We were at Cleveland Stadium, which is pretty terrible anyway, and the old one.
Okay, I know exactly when.
And we're like 9,000 rows back, and the football players were like ants on the field. It's like, screw this. But it was free. My wife and I were scoping out hotels for a convention, and as part of the come spend your money with us package, they took us to a Browns Saints game.
Oh wow!
The senior scene right now with all these buildings. These are all apartment buildings that overlook the Lake Michigan.
Your camera's not on.
Oh, it's not? Darn it.
No, that's true.
Yep.
Let's see if I can fix that.
Oh, they're showing commercials for the Doctor already. I don't know if I'm emotionally ready for a new Doctor Who season. I don't know if I have the emotional space.
Yeah, Sandy, you must have missed it earlier, but yeah, Jenny was giving us a review of her new car. She's very happy with it.
Yay!
So she's staying in Milwaukee with family for the rest of the week, and then she's going to drive back.
I think I may have to change that because I realized I didn't bring my medications with me. I brought 2 days worth.
Oh no, that's horrible.
Yeah, and you kind of don't want to drop your heart medications.
Yeah,
That's true. Oh, thank you for reminding me. I've got a shitload of medications to take.
Yeah, that would be an issue.
My 2 antihypertensives and all the other stuff in here.
You can see now, can you?
Yeah.
These are all very, very, very expensive. There's some of these permits that go for 1.25.
That's beautiful.
So this is what, the upscale section of Milwaukee? Is that it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
This is the part of the city that they bother repairing.
Oh, Jenni, your car sounds like you're 19 years old. I like the sound of your car. Oh, you sound like a kid. Oh, you have to race people now. You have to.
I told you it was embarrassing.
Oh, that's awesome. That's not embarrassing. It sounds like a race car.
As long as it doesn't get the local cops to stop you more often.
Especially right now since it has no license plates.
Oh, it sounds super powerful, though.
You said no?
I didn't insure it.
You said no license plates?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought I misheard something.
No, let me go. I have all the paperwork to show it. I just purchased it. The cops are total assholes. I'm white. They'll let me go.
Oh, jeez. Look at this whole yacht club boo-foo.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. The North Shore Yacht Club. I'm not a member. I've never been a member. I know several people who are members. But I'm taking you here to the public breakwater. Because Lake Michigan is a little feisty today, and it's fun to watch.
Hey, you got to finish your modules, dude, okay? All right.
I miss Lake Michigan. I'd like to be able to...
Jenni, hearing that you got your car, Sandy says, now I'm smiling for the first time in days.
Well, thank you, Sandy.
Ox says it sounds like a sob.
Oh, I miss sobs.
Okay.
Oh, I miss those guys.
Now, this is not a really big, heavy day on Lake Michigan. You see where the water's breaking over?
Ooh, look at that. Isn't that pretty?
About 15 feet or so above the water level. But
that's just so pretty.
Yeah, that's nothing. That's nothing. Where I am right now is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 parking lanes away from that wall.
Hey, Honor.
And I've been in
storms. Rick, hi, honey.
Water is breaking there and hitting here.
Yeah, well, you can see the splash zone in the parking lot there.
Yeah. And you don't want to get that water on you because it's full of sand. And anyone who's been to the beach can tell you about that.
So wait a minute. Do they truck the sand in, or is that come with the territory?
It's natural.
Yeah, okay. It's natural for most of Lake Michigan.
Yeah, they truck the rocks in.
Okay.
This is something I've wondered about with the push for alternative energy. Is how come like Chicago and Milwaukee have not gotten the idea of putting wind turbines out on Lake Michigan?
That would be a wonderful idea.
Yeah,
it really would. Yeah.
We're talking about it for the middle of the lake up towards the Green Bay area. The problem is that it's an Air Force no-fly zone, and it's used for all kinds of training purposes. And then also, there's all the environmental concerns that people don't want.
It's funny. It's funny that you would say that. Here in Southern California, they put all the giant windmills, wind turbines, whatever you want to call them, on the outskirts of the Air Force Base because Edwards Air Force Base is a no-fly zone. And so for miles, for hundreds of miles leading up to Edwards out in the middle of the desert are wind turbines.
Yeah.
But when you start heading east, there's none when you head east, but they're all west.
I mean, they don't call Chicago the Windy City for nothing.
Right.
Well, actually, Milwaukee has more wind than Chicago. It's statistically proven.
That would be the one drawback.
And our shoulders are bigger.
I keep saying that if I could afford it, I'd be. I keep saying if I could afford it, I'd be living in Chicago right now. But unfortunately, the winters can be brutal.
Yep. Sandy says this is my first trip to Milwaukee. Oh, yeah. And when Chicago talks about lake effect snow, it's no joke.
Oh, my word. Yeah.
You know, I mean, lake effect snow can be 6 or 8 inches in Chicago.
Can you guys make out? You know, I know how small it gets in the distance. The jetty where people are walking.
I see a flagpole way off in the distance.
Barely, yeah.
That's where I stand. You've seen some of the air show pictures I've posted lately. That's where I take those from.
Ah. Moo. Definite moo.
Okay, Sandy just doesn't want you to get the car any closer.
No, we're way far.
At least not until you've got all the rust.
Can you go surfing in Lake Michigan?
There are people who surf. Actually, there's people who surf in the winter.
Oh, I own a thermal suit. I learned that in Oregon. People surf in Oregon and the water is Arctic. So you get yourself a thermal suit, you're ready to go.
Well, in Minnesota, in the summer here, people surf on some of the smaller lakes even. Lake Calhoun's rather popular for it.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm a retired surfer. I'm a parent now.
Yeah. Well, here it's more the windsurfing because you don't get as much of the waves unless you get out onto the Great Lakes.
I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing anybody out there parasailing. That's very popular in Lake Michigan because it's always so windy.
Okay.
Sandy is saying this is my first trip to Milwaukee.
Well, I'm glad I could pop your beer can.
I wish I could say that.
Oh, and Will, as far as your earlier point, the ones that generate electricity are wind turbines.
Okay.
Windmills are devices that convert wind energy into mechanical energy. Hence the mills, because they were turning millstones.
Yes.
Okay, so we have the big, giant 300-foot white ones in the hills.
Yeah, very few people get that right, but that's the distinction.
People call them an eyesore. I think they're beautiful. When you're driving out in the middle of the desert, and I don't know, I'm different. The desert is a depressing place. So, seeing those windmills, it's almost like artwork.
What's depressing about hundreds of miles of dehydrated animal bones?
You've never been to the desert, have you, honey?
No, actually, I haven't.
Some of the roads are beautiful. Like, there's when you get into Nevada or Arizona, there's like in Forrest Gump when he's running like on an endless road. There's a ton of roads like that, but after about 200 or 300 miles, you're like, it gets depressing.
I fell in love with the Sonora Desert when I was out there.
Absolutely.
I've never been further west than Ames, Iowa.
Oh, wow. I've been where you are, not necessarily where you are now, but I have an ex-girlfriend that lives in Milwaukee.
Really?
I'm a hoe. I have an ex-girlfriend everywhere and boyfriend everywhere.
What's her name? Maybe I know her.
Actually, 2, but one lives in Oregon now, and one still lives in Milwaukee.
Okay, then.
She recently actually sent me a message on Facebook saying, I had no idea that people are shocked by my sexuality, and people who haven't seen me in 15 years, they go on my YouTube channel and they find out things about me they never wanted to know. Because I don't walk around, saying, hi, I'm bisexual. Hi. Like, it's not something, and people haven't seen me in 20 years. So every once in a while I get the, you're gay? ? From an ex-girlfriend. Or recently, I got the one from my Norwegian ex-girlfriend who was like, I knew you were gay. I knew you were.
Oh, police.
She's fun, though.
She's just trying to make herself feel better for you breaking up with her.
Yeah. No, she's the one when a while ago, when someone who shall not be named and I got together, they sent me a message. They're like, "You're not gay. Get a life." I saved that one. I might put that as my background picture on my Twitter.
Oh my!
Make it a patch for your jacket, huh?
Where are you headed now, Jenni?
Just a different place to see the same stuff.
Oh, okay.
If I get this right, you're gonna get to see a big old freighter.
One of my favorite.
Man, I miss those.
There's a T-shirt brand. I guess it's a saying. It's "Be gay, do crimes." It's a T-shirt. I freaking love that saying. I love that.
Yeah, I'm not thrilled with that one.
I remember it everywhere.
You'd see the freighters all over the place around Marblehead and Sandusky, Ohio. You couldn't go 5 minutes without seeing one. And I don't know what it's like now. I haven't been out there in a while. But unfortunately, my cousin sold my grandparents' cottage after the entire family ruined it, mind you. So, yeah, it's not like I'll be able to get out there again. I miss it. I really do.
Yeah, you drive up to Duluth and you see all the big freighters up there along Lake Superior.
Yep.
We have those here too, because anywhere like about 20 miles north of Santa Monica, we have oil derricks out in the ocean, literally every 10 miles on the state of California. So we see tankers all the time. I think they're beautiful. Just kind of see them just floating out there in the middle of the ocean.
Okay. Yeah, in the neighborhood where I used to frequent, they'd be hauling limestone mostly, and then some iron ore.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, last time I was up in Duluth, got to go. They did a little tour of one of the ore freighters.
Moo?
Yeah, they did a tour of one of the ore freighters, and it's like, yeah, those things are immense.
Yes.
It's like each bay in there is like the size of an aircraft hangar, and this thing had like 16 bays.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, so Jenni, is that person getting splashed?
No, I'm not. I'm on the edge.
No, I'm saying
the person getting into the car right now.
She got out of the car, and I'm going, oh, she has no clue what she's doing.
Yeah, I was waiting. I was waiting for her to get slammed. Oh, that's funny.
It's like sitting in the front row at SeaWorld.
Or on any, like, I grew up next to an amusement park, and rule number 1 is you never sit in the front row or the back row on a water ride.
Oh, my word, yes, that's true.
Because you will get dunked. Absolutely dunked.
The back row,
Well, yeah, because after it comes down on the slope, I mean, the front end goes in first, and then the thing's got to level out. So when it levels out, the back end splashes down.
Oh,
and you get dunked.
Yeah.
Absolutely dunked.
I would like to see things ease up a little bit as far as the plague restrictions go. There's an amusement park. I'd say it's within walking distance of me, but there are a lot of people who don't want to walk that far. I have. It's no big deal. But it's called Kennywood Park. And it's one of those neighborhood amusement parks that used to exist years ago. And it's a wonderful little place if you want to blow a day, really. And I'd like to get there. And I just hope that next year the restrictions will ease up a little bit and I can actually go to a damn amusement park. Because it's been at least a decade since I've been to one. Oh, well.
I'm a total braggart. I was like, oh, I grew up next to amusement parks. Like, bring it on. I went on a ride called Goliath and had a full anxiety attack. Because I hadn't been on a ride in 15, 20 years. And it caught my heart right towards the end, too. I thought I was going to have a heart attack.
Yeah, I
Kenny,
don't do roller coasters. Adrenaline is not my friend.
Oh, I learned a lesson that day.
Kennywood has an older roller coaster. I think it was built in 1928, called the Jackrabbit. Very, very interesting in that it has a double dip hill. Is about the only thing I can think of calling it. You go up the hill and then start to come down, and halfway down you level out, and then you go down the rest of the way, and it gives you this nice lift out of the seat. And it's a nice gentle roller coaster. It's not like these 900-mile-an-hour, 5,000 feet tall roller coasters you get at the destination parks these days. But it's a nice little thing. And yeah, I have to go on that one about 8 or 10 times each time I go out to Kennywood. It's a beautiful thing. They actually have a racing coaster.
Oh, wow.
Side by side. And yes, you still lean out of the car and slap the hands as the one car passes the other. That's still a what do you want to call it? Tradition. There you go. And yeah, it's just a fun little place. I think it cost you about $40 or so to get in, but it's still not all that bad.
And see how nice the smooth the water is? That's what a breakwater does.
Well,
Now
yeah, they've got to keep it, calm for the boats pulling up to the docks so they don't get slammed.
Yep.
I was starting to get wet, so I had to move.
Oh, so you're walking. Okay.
No, I'm in the car. It's taped to the windshield.
Oh, tayo korostu. Okay.
It's really chilly down here, which is what happens at the lake.
Well, yeah. I mean, the breeze is a little cool.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, why not?
Sandy is going to cook. Yay. Later today, I am going to be doing some cooking, and I will film it while I'm doing it.
Awesome.
I will be having liver and onions. Yum, yum, yum,
Oh,
yum, yum.
Yum.
Oh no.
I love liver. I can't get enough of it.
When I was a kid, that was like the one night I would sneak food to the dog. Under the threat of death, I didn't care.
Nobody likes liver. I don't get it, man.
Well, hey, you guys, I'm gonna go on the move. I kind of have to start heading home. I'm just not feeling well.
Okay.
No.
Well, you go lay down and take care of yourself.
We're gonna go up a road that some call the Snake, and you'll see what it's like in Milwaukee, with the lakefront being what it is. Milwaukee's on top of the hill.
Yep. A hill composed primarily of limestone. Yeah.
They changed all this. I'm not sure how to get out.
Oops. You're trapped.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go, I think.
Well, the Great Lakes are just what was the deepest basin of, when half of North America had been an inland sea millions of years ago.
Yep. What's really nice is the island where my grandparents had the cottage has an exposed limestone formation, which they call it the glacial grooves. And it looks like rolling waves of limestone. It's beautiful. I miss seeing all that stuff. Let me see if I can find glacial grooves. There we go. I have no idea what I just said. Oh, come on.
As long as the algorithm didn't tag it and take us offline, I don't care.
Oh, that looks
There
like.
you-
Oh, I feel like I'm in Fast and Furious.
What's going on? Who, what, where,
I
when?
love your intake. I love it. It's bringing me back to my high school days.
We are on what's known as Lincoln Memorial Drive. In some weather situations, it will flood from the lake, from the waves coming over.
Yep. Yeah, Jenny's streaming a video game called Live Traffic.
Oh, that's not traffic. I can hop on the 405 right now and sit there for 30 minutes.
Oh, yeah. No, this is nothing.
Oh, in rush hour, this road is bumper to bumper.
Yeah. I learned my city driving on the Chicago expressways where sometimes you didn't move for 20 minutes at a time.
Yeah, and you're always in fear of your life.
Yeah.
I recently bought a vape pen, and it's a THC vape pen. It has really helped me out in traffic. I no longer freak out. I'm like, hey, whatever. I'll sit here in traffic.
Yeah. The problem is when you're sitting on the expressway in stop and go traffic, and your gas gauge is at empty, and you're hoping it'll move fast enough for you to get to the next exit and find a gas station before you run out.
Oh gosh, you reminded me of when I owned a 1983 VW Rabbit, and I hated having a stick car in the city in traffic.
Oh, I love it.
It was great for the beach, but when I'm sitting in bumper to bumper, like, it was too much.
Yeah, when you're sitting in the stop and go, a stick shift is a pain.
Too much thinking.
Oh, now we're going to head on to Wall Avenue. Wall Avenue is the road right next to the edge of the bluff overlooking Lake Michigan. There are some very, very, very expensive houses on this street.
Oh yeah, $1 mil, $2 mil. I'm seeing millions and millions of dollars worth of houses. Are those all one house? Like here?
Yeah.
Not exactly. We have those same designs here in this place called Bridgeport. It's a man-made lake, and all the houses go for like $2 mil each.
I don't know if you can hear me. My thing is giving me shit.
No, we still hear you, Diana.
We're coming up on one house I'll try to point out as we go past. It's the one with the kind of blue. Can you see that? Mm-hmm. That's my lawyer's house.
Are you showing us that for when your lawyer screws you over?
Well, she has tried to screw me a couple times, but she's married, so I refused. And I'm not kidding. She's really gorgeous, Christy. Oh man, she's so hot.
There was a case I was hearing about recently about a lawyer that was having an affair with one of his clients, and he billed her for the time they were having sex.
Oh, that's actually really petty.
Yeah, well, not only is that scuzzy, but because of that, can't they put on an extra charge on him of prostitution because he was effectively charging her to have sex?
Oh.
Sounds fair to me.
You could push it and maybe make it happen.
Lawyers are weasels. I'm not too much of a fan. I'm not too much of a fan.
Unfortunately, in our society, sometimes they're quite necessary. So, you hope you can find one who's at least got enough ethics not to do their own clients.
That's hope. Hope is the key word. I think I'm kind of satisfied with these stickers. I should add more. Joe Biden licking vanilla ice cream should go on my sewing machine.
You guys still receiving me?
Yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
Still getting your video.
That Lincoln Memorial Drive we were on. This is where it comes up to the end of the bluff here. And if we go about 4 blocks to the west, it's where I went to college. And I'll show you the place where a friend used to live when we used to drop acid there.
Good times.
I miss the good old days.
Yeah, I used to live on the Mississippi Bluffs in West St. Paul, and that's what I would tell people. Was that after you cross the river, you take the second right, and if you fall off the cliff, you've gone too far.
This place right on the corner.
Yeah, because where I was living, literally at the end of the block, there was literally a drop of 200 feet down to the Mississippi River.
Yeah, that's a fancy way to die.
So when you hear people say crap about Milwaukee, now you know what Milwaukee is really like. There's a bunch of really nice fucking areas in Milwaukee.
I'm gonna have to ask my Norwegian friend where she lived, because she was a nanny for this millionaire who turned out to be a total grabby, gropey weirdo. But she lived somewhere around there.
Probably lived on the east side, which is where we are.
And you very much noticed a difference in the upkeep of the streets from when you were driving past the $1 million homes.
Yeah, Wall Avenue needs to be rebuilt. I remember last time they did it about 45 years ago.
That's like LA. You can tell what neighborhood you're in depending on how well kept the neighborhood is.
Mm-hmm. I'm on the east side. We're now in Shorewood, is the suburb. It's from here on up to my brother's house is all the filthy, rich, liberal people.
Yeah, it's one of the things we got lucky about here is that the building we're in is like...
You can't see it, I'm sure, but there's a speck of buildings up on the coast there. That's Port Washington, Wisconsin, which is 30 miles away, and we can see it. That's how high up we are.
Wow. The funny thing is this looks like California or Beaverton, Oregon, or places in Texas I've been.
Well, it does show you, how homogenized American cities have become.
I'm tripping out. This looks like Westlake, California.
Yeah, but so much of it winds up being built on the same plans.
Oh, that's a trip. That kind of looks like my neighborhood, too, in a lot of ways.
And like you say, there isn't really any distinct architecture, that you literally have houses built by the same blueprints in cities in, in a dozen different states.
Oh, yeah. Same with, like, the restaurants we go to. They're pretty much punched out. Like, everyone has a Buffalo Wild Wings or,
Well, yeah. The corporate chains do that intentionally. It's specifically with the idea that anywhere in the country you go, that you can expect the same menu.
It's so sad. Like, in all of our new shopping centers, it's a Starbucks, Buffalo Wild Wings grocery store. Or KFC, it's like a certain, in a Subway, it's like a certain formula. I gotta go shut my front door. I think my air conditioner's on.
Doc, you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually getting a little sleepy already. But it's all right.
Not that would hurt you to get to bed early for once.
Oh, yeah, it would.
We're now in the suburb of White Folks Bay. Excuse me, Whitefish Bay.
I thought you said White Folks Bay when I put my headphones on.
Yeah.
I did.
That's what it's called by the locals. Because it is.
That's like where
this
I
is
live.
the community where I've ridden with African American friends in their BMWs, and we get pulled over. You don't belong here.
No, I'm laughing because where I live, people's eyes get open. Like when I get pulled over and I show my ID, they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry," because I live in a neighborhood like that. But you know what? Honestly, I'm extremely cocky and arrogant. I like introduce myself to the cops, so they leave me alone. Because I'm not gonna. I don't play games with cops. I refuse to get pulled over all the time. So when they pull me over, I introduce myself.
I just remember there's something I should tell you about this road. There's this very special private, with high deniability club that both my brother and I are members of. It's called the Lake Drive 100 Mile Per Hour Club. Can you guess why it's called that? You have to do a witness run of 100 miles an hour on this street that we're on right now. And I don't know if I can't turn.
I don't know.
But
I don't know if I can justify putting a Kanye West sticker on my sewing machine. I do support mental health awareness.
Our Scotch tape camera setup is starting to fall apart.
You say you have
Scotch tape? I would thought you were using duct tape at least.
I was about to say I duct tape everything. Now that's what I should be sponsored by: is duct tape and super glue. Those are my go-tos.
This is downtown White Folks Bay. I used to work at a camera store that's about a block away when I was a kid.
Hey, we got one of the people from below the equator here now. Hey. One of the interesting things about the equinox is it is something that occurs on the same date. No matter which hemisphere you're in, it's just going the other direction.
Who's here?
Southern Hemisphere globe head.
Ah.
Right.
So yeah, it's going into spring down there. So it's their spring equinox instead.
Now we're into a section of the road where everybody is like upper middle class kind of incomes. You know, people that are clearing $250,000, that kind of stuff. Not super rich.
See, now I just have the age of Aquarius stuck in my head because I know nothing about pagan holidays. Because I was raised on the religion that just took over that religion, called Catholicism.
Well, to be honest, the solstice and the equinox are the only holidays I really observe at all. And I mean, they're regarded as pagan holidays, but they're the only holidays that aren't arbitrary. You know, they're actually based on our planet's position relative to the sun. So,
okay.
You know, they have some measurable meaning.
I will say, like, all these new holidays really do kick me off. And I really thought they were lame until I until I met you, Purple, and you started doing like, Lego Day and left-handed day, guy with no foot day.
Well, I just started doing that just because I need some titles for the streams. Unfortunately, I've been doing this for 3.5 years now, and I'm running out of holidays, so they're going to wind up repeating if I don't come up with some new themes.
I promise you, repeated, nobody has a good memory. I promise you, if you repeat one, no one will say anything.
Okay, folks, we've changed neighborhoods again. Now we're in the village of Fox Point, also known as Locks Point. And this is a very interesting community. They don't believe in streetlights or sidewalks.
I can tell. Now that looks like Oregon.
Yeah. The Southern Hemisphere Globehead was saying we're 1 day shy of the full moon falling on this equinox.
Okay, so that's actually something that I love going outside and watching the cycles of the moon because I'm a vampire, and I can't wait till the full moon.
Well, if that happens in the Northern Hemisphere, that the full moon falls on the spring equinox, that actually delays Easter a week.
Oh, wow.
Because that's part of the Vatican's calculation for what day Easter is on. It is the first Sunday after the full moon, after the vernal equinox, unless the equinox falls on a full moon, in which case it's a week later.
This community is home to our right, my right, are the homes of some of the world's richer, more known people. Like, ever hear of a thing called Evinrude?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he lives up here. Schlitz. Caps?
Well, I mean, Evinrude is still one of the biggest outboard manufacturers in the country, regardless of where you live. You've probably heard of them.
Yeah.
So Schlitz is like Hoffy, where they're an old name. The beer tastes like crap. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Pabst is here. Miller used to be here. Let's see. Alan Bradley. You know that company.
Of course. Pabst is really popular here. It's like a step up from Bud Light.
Yeah, and nobody here understands that.
Oh, it's so like people. Oh, I don't know. I'm judgy. A born again anything is bad, so don't listen to what I'm saying because I quit drinking almost 6 or 7 years ago.
Yeah, I don't know about beer either.
But like Pabst is like, I don't even want to say it. I won't be nice.
I never liked beer, and people had told me that it was because I'd never had good beer, which, I was willing to believe, because American beer is generally regarded as just piss. But I can say now I definitively do not like beer because I drank the beer that Aaron Raw brought to the party, and I still didn't like it.
I loved the taste of beer, but it's like specific types. Like I loved St. Pauli Girl because it tasted like gummy bears. I loved Lowenbrow because it was just a good beer. I guess I'm going
to be citing, if you're Shirley, because I know.
Okay, Jenny, your signal's breaking up. You're roboting pretty bad.
I hope we get to the edge of. The cell phone is lousy here.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to leave.
Yeah, you're losing signal big time.
Well, yeah, we're down from having a stream to basically having a series of still pictures that update about every 5 seconds.
Technology's funny that way.
Well, for as far as you can see on the road here now, this whole area belongs to the Audubon Society.
Okay.
Donated to them by the Schlitz Company. Schlitz family. I mean,
That's cool.
And,
Lake Michigan
and
is also where it's also where they send people for the witness protection program. So there's a lot of snitches that live out there too.
I hope we can hold signal till we get to my sister-in-law's house.
There's a rapper who got in trouble for saying that in a album, and like he kind of said like if it wasn't true they wouldn't be trying to put me in jail for it. But he kind of exposed that they send a lot of people out by Lake Michigan.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe they're just trying to get rid of him because he was an annoying rapper. That was just a convenient excuse.
He actually, you know what's really funny? Speaking of which, the other day I was watching Killer Priest. I watch The Other Side. It worries me how much people believe in woo-woo. So, okay, you don't believe in modern Christian religion. People will go back to ancient Egyptian religions and all this crap that flat out doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
And I was watching a famous rapper. Oh, that's a nice truck.
Okay. Yeah, we can see the garage. It's still the picture's just kind of jumping every couple of seconds.
Yeah. Let's see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars here for 2 people.
Yeah,
that's California style. We do that. But Dr. Josh was on Killer Priest's show. I was like, what the F? But, you know, they constantly talk about the Babylonian period and all that, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
But I tripped out to see Dr. Josh on a rapper's show. I subscribed because I watched all the old music videos. I didn't even know he had a web show. But they talk about a lot of woo-woo, and I'm not into that.
Yeah, well, like I said, I spent 25 years in the pagan community, and, you know, it was pretty much investigating it to see if any of it had anything to it.
I'm okay with that. See, I would love to go ghost hunting just so I could debunk it and be like, no, you're getting emotional, and that's not a ghost. You're just emotional.
Yeah. That was actually one of the things that kind of got me out of it was, you know, these local ghost hunters who, at a, you know, at an event I was at, that they were playing back this tape they had that they were all excited was their best evidence of ghosts. And I was like, yeah, no, that's not really convincing. That could just be a lot of background noise from bad equipment.
None of it. I you know what? I'm a bad example because I'm a bit of a nihilist. Like, I'm an extreme realist. So you can't just tell me, oh, that's a ghost. You have to actually show me the ghost for me to believe any of it.
Well, I had some experiences that at the time I believed were ghosts, but, you know, in retrospect, it's just realizing that, you know, you interpret things through your personal filters.
Same. I call it emotional experience. Same. I've had experiences too. But I always tell the joke that when I was younger, I used to do a lot of acid and mushrooms, and I stopped having religious experiences when I sobered up. A lot of it was emotional. A lot of it was like, you know, I wanted it to be true.
Yeah. Well, and that's really what it was for me, that, you know, I went into paganism after I had discarded the Bible, and it's like I still wanted to believe there was something out there, and, you know, of course, I think what most people cling to is some kind of afterlife. So
20 something years ago, I was explaining my beliefs to a friend of mine when I told him, well, he actually runs Pride in Georgia and we still talk. I told him, I was like, I don't think God's real. And I said, if God was real, they left our region of space a long time ago. I was literally quoting Stargate. And, you know, I was like, I was trying to wrap my head around it, and he's like, bro, you're an atheist. Get over it. But I wanted, like you said, like I wanted there to be something else, but I'm a bit of a cynical nihilist, and I know there's not, so you gotta deal with it in the here and now.
Yeah, well, like I say, the main thing was kind of trying to, more than anything, hold on to the idea of reincarnation and, past and future lives.
I would love.
Although I did have, some weird dreams that really did make me believe in reincarnation in a lot of ways. And one that was stuff about being a British sailor in World War II that was information that I still can't see how I had access to at the time.
I had a really scary acid hallucination that I was in a train car going to Auschwitz. And that one scarred me for life, and I don't think I did acid after that.
I can imagine.
I think I'm lucky I have such bizarre, fucked up dreams that, I know they're not real. I know they can't be past lives. I had a dream I was in a like some kind of operating room or whatever, freaking out because my brains had grown outside of my temples.
Okay.
And like they were hanging in like kidney-shaped masses of brain hanging outside of my head, out both sides of my head.
Oh, that sounds like acid.
Well, this is when I was a kid. This is long before I did ever a single drug of any kind.
Okay, now, a good example of you interpreting it through your filters is that I had some really surreal dreams that, I couldn't really put much on them. And, I had chalked those up to being like past life on an alien planet and just feeling that they made no sense because I no longer had the cultural context to place them.
I know what you're saying, and we're going to have to file this one under Godless Sowing Ruins Everything. Okay, so we have neurons in our brain that are specifically for dreaming. So dreaming is kind of like evolution's gift. It's basically like, okay, you're at a certain heart rate, you're at a certain thing, your brain's going to entertain you while you're asleep. It's literally a part of our brain. So again, from my nihilistic standpoint, it's I don't know. My father passed. My mom is always like, she's really sad, and she misses him, and she'll go do all this woo-woo stuff, and it's like, if you want something to be true, it will be true, even if it's just,
Okay, Diana, you brought some echo with you.
Okay, V-Fix.
Hey, Theo. But like I said, I'm a complete cynical nihilist who believes in nothing, absolutely nothing.
Okay, it's better for you?
Is better.
Kapataya. Yes, my thing, it went.
Yeah, my problem was that I had the 25 years or so that I was willing to believe in anything that couldn't be disproven. But unfortunately, the more I took that attitude, the more things got, checked off the list of, yeah, that's inconsistent with things I can prove.
Exactly. Or like a place like Lord's in the UK. If that place healed people, man, I would be there right now doing the backstroke in the water. They have places like that in Mexico. Things like that just got disproven to me over time, that it's like, we want the thing is again, Godless Soul ruins everything. We want to exonerate ourselves. You do certain things in life, you're like, well, maybe I'll get him next lifetime, or I'll get him next week, and unfortunately you won't. I say this all the time. Like, my pops was an engineer, and like he literally died, and he was still drawing plans and like making stuff.
Yeah, well, and I think that's one of the big appeals to Christianity is just the idea of there, being a judgment day, so that people who wronged you will get what's coming to them in the afterlife.
Absolutely. I am an extremely arrogant and outgoing people, and people always they're hoping that I get it in the afterlife. They're wishing, No, I completely understand that because, again, that's a human byproduct of you can't do anything about it, so you hope somebody else does.
Well, and that's also why it's been so good at controlling people for centuries, because they were able to convince these serfs and slaves that if you serve your master well now, you'll be rewarded after you die.
Ugh.
Yeah.
And that was used a lot to keep the slaves and peasants under control.
Mm-hmm.
It's seductive.
Absolutely.
Wish fulfillment, living forever, your enemies getting punished.
Yep.
Could you imagine, like, there's again, back to my religion, Doctor Who. There's a character called Me, who the doctor gives this, like, it's some alien technology he gives to somebody like in the Viking times, and that person lives all throughout human history till the end of time, and that person comes to hate and resent the doctor because doctor basically gave them eternal life, and that would be the definition of hell. You outlive all your kids, you outlive everything, and she was literally as the universe was sucking itself in, she was sitting there because she was the last living thing on in existence.
That's actually becoming a trope in science fiction that several series have explored that idea that what if you are immortal, and immortal just means that you will wind up outliving your entire species.
Yeah, that would suck. You better figure out how to make if I was immortal, I would start investing in spaceships right now. Because the species isn't going to last long.
Yeah, but like you say, some even take it to the extreme of the universe collapsing on itself, and they're like the last thing that has awareness in the universe.
Exactly.
Actually, what might be more practical and more tenable, in the early centuries of your immortality, robotics.
That's a really
I mean, invest in robotics to do everything for you, to stitch your clothes and
technically
food and
we do in a lot of ways though. Like whether like my car's a robot in a way. I tell it what to do. This flowing contraption is a robot. I'm talking to a box on a stick to a robot.
Yeah, well, robots can only understand simple orders like go left, go right, and build car.
Exactly. So true. We're screwed. Well, if we don't program them with the Isaac Asimov 3 laws, we're screwed.
Yeah.
Well, see, and that's never going to happen because even if you do, somebody's going to hack it to override that.
True. Okay.
Also, the fact that those are rather subjective, so, it's kind of hard. How's the robot going to make the decision if there's more than one person in peril?
That's actually in iRobot. In iRobot, the one of the reasons Will Smith's character is hurting so bad mentally is because the robot saved Will Smith instead of a little girl because Will Smith was more useful to society.
Yeah.
And so the robot had to make a decision, and so it thought like a robot and said, this able-bodied man is more useful than this little girl.
I suppose they should read iRobot one of these years.
Yep. Well, and that's one of the things that's been mentioned about them, doing autonomous vehicles is that, okay, if the car is supposedly thinking for itself and there's a pedestrian in the street, doesn't make a decision to run down the one in front of it or to go up on the sidewalk and kill someone else.
Well, the one in Phoenix.
The trolley problem.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the one in Phoenix with the driver killed somebody. And to answer what Age Grey Wolf said, that part of the Doctor Who thing was that me was forgetting her memory because as a human being, our brains would not be able to be immortal.
Yeah.
So that's why she was writing everything down, because over the centuries she would literally forget.
Well, yeah, I suppose that the brain has to have some limit to the capacity of how many distinct events it can remember. Just because the number of neurons at some point is going to come into play.
Yeah. Question. Have y'all seen the movie The Man from Earth?
No.
Oh my God! You must check it out.
I'm gonna put it in my phone right now.
I mean, it's very much along these lines. I can't tell you much about it without just giving the whole thing away. I mean, it's relatively low budget, and it all like there's not much action. It's mostly people just sitting around talking, but it's like about a dude who like trusts a group of college professor colleagues with his secret. It's very much along these lines, and it touches upon that concept of a long-lived human isn't going to have intricate memory of the distant past.
No way.
Is this at 2007? David Lee Smith
and so. Dr. Phlox is in it.
Dr. Phlox is in it. Tony Todd.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I love Tony Todd.
Doc, you have yet? Oh, Tony Todd. Okay, so Tony Todd was Candyman, and a Klingon, and Sons of that episode makes me cry. Sons of Moog, that it makes me cry. And there's an episode of Deep Space Nine where he plays Jake Sisko, grown up. It is the saddest episode. That episode has me like puffy face crying because he's trying to save his dad.
Yes.
And, such a good episode.
Well, there's the IMDb link of The Man from Earth in the side chat for anybody who wants to look it up.
Awesome.
It is an amazing movie. It has no action. It's not a flashy like Michael Bay flick. It's not that kind of movie, but it's just so intellectually it's brain candy.
I get enough action in real life, so it's really funny. I watch because I've had a crazy life. I watch some of the most boring, stuffy things on earth, and I love it. Like right now, I'm obsessed with Inspector Wexford. It used to be on PBS back in the day, but it's an old. I think it might be ITV, but it's an old show from the UK. And it's a detective show, but it has little action in it, and it's all just thriller. It's you have to think while you're watching
I love
it.
Thriller. That's the thing. Alfred Hitchcock did not do horror; he did suspense.
Oh, I have a bunch of Alfred Hitchcock on VHS. I absolutely love Hitchcock.
Oh yeah, I grew up on watching the original Alfred Hitchcock Presents was being run in series every night.
Oh God, I remember that. With the open was Hitchcock walking into his silhouette.
Yep,
I remember the music and everything. It was on in my day too.
I forget what the name of that song is, but yeah, don't da 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 da.
Exactly.
I was thinking of the same thing. Yeah,
that was actually the theme for one of my previous live streams. I had an Alfred Hitchcock day that was the anniversary one that premiered.
Dayo Corosto. Yeah, that's a piece of formal music, and I forget what it's called.
That's like Oh, I forgot the name of it, but I fell in love in Star Trek First Contact. There's a scene where Patrick Stewart, or Captain Picard, is where he's in his ready room and he's blasting classical music. I downloaded that song and I use it in almost every single one of my videos. I love because there's so many different parts of the song. I've used one song, and I dare you to tell me that it's the same. It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
Here we go. The Alfred Hitchcock theme is "Funeral March of a Marionette" by Charles Gounod. It looks like written for solo piano in 1872 and orchestrated in 1879.
Now I have that song stuck in my head.
Well, yeah, that and just his intro, the good evening.
Yes, sir.
You know, I've been incorporating a lot of like older television things into my videos, and every once in a while someone will say something and I'm like, oh, you're under 40 because you didn't get the reference. You didn't get the reference. Sorry, you are under 40. Which is a good thing and a bad thing sometimes, because I'm very dated in a lot of ways, because the late 80s and 90s, that was my era, you know. So
I must be under 40 because I'm sure not over it.
You kids with the 80s and 90s, I don't know about you.
Yeah, well, and the original Twilight Zone and Outer Limits.
Outer Limits. I love Outer Limits.
Baby.
What I have to do one of these days is find the DVD set of Outer Limits, pay whatever they want for it, because they had some really good programs.
Because I'm an archaeologist, I have a bunch on VHS.
Yeah, Sandy was saying it was called the Alfred Hitchcock Hour. I remember it being called Alfred Hitchcock Presents.
Exactly.
Yes, so do I.
Oh, no, I'm going to have that.
You know, there was an 80s remake series.
Yeah, of Outer Limits?
No, Alfred Hitchcock.
Oh,
okay.
I'm thinking that was Alfred Hitchcock Presents, and then the old one was the Hour.
I could be misremembering it, but I was remembering Alfred Hitchcock Presents is what I was watching in the early 70s.
Or it's that Mandalorian effect.
There's a British show I used to watch that was like that. What was it called? Oh, it was Ronald Dahl. What was the name of it? Ronald Dahl. Oh, what was the name of his show?
All right, Alfred Hitchcock Presents, Wikipedia here, is an American television anthology series created, hosted, produced by Alfred Hitchcock, aired on CBS and NBC between 1955 and 1965. Okay, right. So it sounds like Presents was the original one.
Did you guys ever watch Tales of the Unexpected?
Yeah, I could have had it backwards easily.
What
was that?
Oh, sorry, Tales of the Unexpected. It was a Ronald Dahl show.
I don't think I ever saw that one.
I don't remember that one.
I remember that. I didn't know that Dahl was part of it.
So, because I'm not kidding you, like I have tuned out the news. I'm so over people hating each other and being wieners and not standing for the very cause they claim that I watch old shows on YouTube, and I found that show and fell in love with it, and I looked it up, and it was on American television for a little bit, but it was more successful in the UK.
Okay, Diana?
Yes, dear.
Do you have a Blu-ray player?
No, I do not.
Okay, you're going to need to buy one. I found the Twilight Zone complete series on Amazon, and it's for the complete series on Blu-ray is $56.
Okay,
for the complete series on DVD is $705.
Wow!
What the hell?
I have no idea why there's that kind of price difference.
What, does nobody do DVDs anymore?
Well, they are phasing them out, but still.
Figures.
You know what's really funny, and this is my warning to the state of California because they're phasing out gas cars here in California.
Yeah, well, they've been talking about that for decades.
I will take my gas-powered car with my motorcycle in it to Nevada, get gas, and come right back to California. No, they're basically trying to get rid of and our air is crap between the fires and people not respecting our smog laws anymore. Our air is going back to where it was in the 80s, but they are phasing out motored cars here in California.
The trouble is, would they not be simply moving the cause of the pollution from the gasoline engines to the electric plants? I mean, are you guys on renewable enough to make the electricity generation feasible, or are you still doing?
We're fed from 2 different nuclear plants, and we're part of that actual grid of America, not like Texas. We're part of the actual grid, and because of our population, we get fed an unreal amount of electricity because there's more people in California than all of Canada, and we are in the state of California is 4 million people behind the entire behind all of Australia. So there is 4 million more people in Australia than there is in California. That's how many people live just in the state of California.
Crazy.
Our population is huge. Like, I don't think people really could wrap their brain around that. Like, so the next time you talk trash about California, just remember we pay your taxes.
Oh yeah, that I already
Okay,
knew.
but what you're saying is that California is going to solve its pollution problem by having the pollution generated in neighboring states and sending the electricity to you.
That's
okay.
The American way.
Yeah.
We did that with the West did that to Africa with computers and cell phones. Places like Ghana, Gambia, they really don't care if we dump our waste on them because we're paying them billions of dollars. So in certain islands off of Ghana, of Guyana, certain places in Zimbabwe, the life expectancy is 35 years old because there's so much mercury. Our if you crack your phone in half, it's hazardous.
Yeah.
If you crack your computer in half, it's hazardous. And there was this National Geographic article I was reading. These young men were walking on at least 10 feet high of old computers.
Yep.
And they were saying, like, hey, around here, like, if you're 40, you're an ancient old man. People just do not live long around there. And everybody's infertile. We do that as human beings. Look at India and the textile factory, in the textile industry. We basically allow them to ruin their environment so we could have dyed clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and it's part of what happened with the thing of trying to start a trade war with China is that we had been sending a lot of our trash to China to be recycled. Mostly because they don't have the environmental laws. So like all of our e-waste, all the old phones and computers, they were taking them apart there because they don't care what they're dumping into the environment while they do it.
Absolutely. Same with fishing too. We have crazy fishing laws here in America, but they don't have them. I'm pointing like you guys know where I'm pointing to. West is that way. They don't have them across the ocean, So it's crazy.
And you people wonder why I'm looking forward to checking out. God damn.
Oh, the world.
Okay, Diana. Yeah, here you go. In the YouTube chat, I found a complete Twilight Zone on DVD for under $50 for you.
Awesome.
All right, that might not be a bad thing. I mean, I
was actually surprised that it was that cheap for all 5 seasons.
I actually pirated Twilight Zone a while back, but it would be nice to have the hard copies.
Yeah, well, that's it was one of the things that I was doing with the lockdown. Was there were several series that I bought box sets of the complete series.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Outer Limits is one I'd really, really, really like.
Now I have to look up the Stargate. I own every Stargate that they ever put on DVD, even that cruddy remake they made with Corin Nemec that I can't believe I just admitted that I paid money to buy it.
I'd never seen that one.
It was a reboot. They tried to go back to Catherine, what's her face? She was in the first season. She was basically the little girl who in the movie is there when they find the Stargate. And so they basically went back to that time. It was like a what if. What if, they basically had adventures?
Well, she was in a couple episodes of the series, and one of them, it's like they went back and they found that like her husband had been lost through the Stargate when they had activated it in like 1945.
That's not Cold Lazarus. What's the name of that episode? The savant geek in me is going to get fired in a minute. I can't believe I forgot the name. Oh, The Torment of Tantalus.
Okay, I don't remember the episode title, but yeah.
I'm a Stargate, Star Trek, just savant geek. That was like my era. Those were great episodes. Each episode was like a movie.
Yeah. Well, I still have to finish Stargate because I only got through like the 8th season. I never saw the end of it.
Season 9 is a completely different show, and I love it. You will love the Ori. They're space Catholics. It's awesome. It's
Space
awesome.
Catholics.
Stargate is atheism is like it's literally like my first dose of atheism when I was a little kid. I was like, what if Jesus is a Gould? Because in Stargate, all the gods are just parasites.
My! I mean, you just took me by surprise there. I didn't know about. I know about space Jews because I don't know if you've ever watched any of Martin Moretti one's videos, but that trope comes up. That joke comes up quite a bit because the spirit science guy maintained that the Hebrews came from outer space.
Yep.
So space Jews became a running joke for 8 years.
Well, in my my universe for the Galactic Alliance, the Benar Empire are basically constantly expanding. I need to find a good, plausible reason for this empire to keep expanding and enslaving new planets.
Always resources. The reason people leave the land is because they've exploited all the resources.
But see, most of the resources they could get from uninhabited planets much easier than having to fight anyone. So I decided, what if they're not really trying to fight anyone? What if they're like Jehovah's Witnesses and they just sincerely believe that they're doing everyone a service by converting them to their religion?
Ack.
Yeah, but I think it's a good premise to play with. That the average soldiers on the ground actually believe that even if they're enslaving someone, if they die in the service of their Emperor Eternal, that they're sending them to a better place.
That sounds very Christian.
That sounds very Roman. What the funny thing is, history is about what side you're on.
Yep.
That sounds very Roman. They're like, we're conquering you to make you just like us, but you can have your own religion as I'm stabbing you.
Well, that was a lot of the justification, for the European colonization. We were going around spreading Christianity to the world, whether they wanted it or not.
I call it putting pants on everybody. They literally put pants on everybody.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, George Carlin said religion's like a lift in your shoes, but don't make me wear your shoes, and let's not go around nailing lifts to the natives' feet.
It's true. See, that's my thing. Like, I always talk about it. I live in a Mormon neighborhood. It's well known that I'm an atheist. People mind their own business. We're polite. We still hang out. We have barbecues. We'll joke about religion and stuff, but like most people are respectful. There are a few that are trying to convert me, but I don't see too many Mormons that look like me.
There's point there. Definite point.
No, no joke. I had a roommate in Oregon who was Ghanaian, and for the strangest reason, he wanted to be Mormon. Yep. I came home from work one day, full Slayer shirt, full, like, I had my hat on and everything. I walked in, he had a prayer meeting going on in our apartment.
Eek.
And I will say, though, when we moved, the Mormons hooked me up. They helped us move. They came with a truck and helped us move and everything. Like, so Mormons will help you even if they think you're of the lower caste.
I have heard they only help people in their own church.
They went out of their way to help me. There, you know, there's not always, I don't know. I try not to go by the big stereotypical terms because people of religion have helped me. And even recently, I jokingly said to these Mormon missionaries, you know, because I always offer them water. You know, I'm like, hey, do you guys want a cold water? Because it's hot here. And they're like, oh, we'll help you with anything. And I was like, I know you will. I'm going to be re-roofing my roof soon. They came back and they were like, are you roofing your house? We'll help you. Then they were serious.
Wish I'd had some people like that around.
Me too. I roofed my house 2 years ago. Where were they? I'm down to exploit some free Mormon labor.
I had to re-roof my house in St. Paul single-handed and wound up having to completely reframe everything.
No, wait. How do you do that? I mean, you know, you have to hold the shingles and then you have to hammer them. That takes at least 2 hands, right?
Well, you hold the nail gun in your teeth.
Oh, okay.
I put my knees on the tile so you got 2 free hands, you know, and hope you don't fall off the roof.
Kate's not here to put me in my place. So
yeah. Fortunately, it was a roof with a low slope, but still.
Man.
I fell off a roof that was like
I can tell you it was not fun putting a 29-foot ridge pole in place all alone.
Oof.
Wow.
You know what's really funny? Like, I've redone my whole house, and there's one room left. I have vaulted ceilings that are like 17 feet high, and I have to take the popcorn off the ceiling, and I have been ignoring it. I've redone my whole house.
Oh, you gotta be careful with removing that popcorn. Most of that stuff is asbestos.
That's one of the reasons that I'm so like not too keen on it, because this house was built during the asbestos era, like right at the end of it.
Now here's the whole thing, and I know they'll come after me for saying this. Can you take care of that stuff without telling anybody?
Yes, and I will.
Okay.
Because like there's certain things I can't get away. Like, I'm old school. I always talk about my dad. So I was raised by, like, my dad was old Nom. I'll do whatever the hell I want style. So at his house, he rebuilt the entire backyard, did not pull one permit. I did the same thing. I added value to my house. And when I do sell my house, no one will know the difference anyways. You know? Yeah. And there's a saying, if you're looking that close, you've probably already bought the house.
Yeah. No, that's what I was doing when I was trying to rehab the house in Homestead. And it's just too damn bad that it was a lot worse off than I was told. Yeah. And I didn't find out until the plaster was out.
Well, one of the problems with the things like asbestos is I understand they don't want it getting into the environment, but by requiring you to like have a special license and everything to dispose of the stuff, they've pretty much ensured people are going to dump it because, you know, a lot of people doing it themselves have really no legal way to get rid of it.
Yeah.
I'm kind of cheating because, like, up at the ranch, I have my own dumpster. When I say my own dumpster, it's owned by the ranch. So I can take all my crud here and take it there. But that dumpster is rated for hazardous materials. You know.
Oh, okay.
So, and because, like, on a ranch, you throw away all kinds of weird stuff, you know.
Yeah, but one of the things they just posted here is that they're raising the disposal fees for like furniture and that. Oh. So, well, now in my building, if you want to get rid of a mattress, it's going to cost you $80.
Whoa!
And it's like,
The hell?
most of the people in this building are on a fixed income. How the fuck is that going to work?
Yeah.
I don't understand that. That's like here in Southern California. Tickets start at $1,500. No one can afford a ticket that's $1,500 here. No one.
Yeah.
And keep their license. Like, that's how most people lose their license.
It's like if somebody gave me a free bed to replace the one I have, what would I do with the old one?
Well, okay, here it comes. Can you take out a mattress with a chainsaw and
it's a mess.
bag up the pieces?
It's
Yeah,
cheaper.
I was actually considering if that was an option, but yeah.
It's cheaper to take it out to a field and set it on fire.
Okay.
Oh. You know what's really funny?
Well, that's what's going to happen is they're going to wind up with people, just chucking them in roadside ditches anywhere they can get away with it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you bring up a good point. Here in Los Angeles, we had such a problem of people doing that. Our waste management now offers a service of picking up bigger items on once a month. So as long as you pay your bill, you can dump a large item and they will pick it up on a specific day because they have to bring certain trucks around.
Well, and that's what I think that they need to do here, and this is just the building. It's not like, the city or anything doing this, but I think they need to make some allowance for that of, at least that each apartment can get rid of one or two big items a year.
I don't know. I just didn't. It became an eyesore in our city, and I'm glad that our city did something about it because it wasn't just in the bad neighborhoods people were doing it. They were doing it in all neighborhoods where they were leaving like their old couch on the street, hoping someone would come pick it up. Because we have scrappers here, people who go around each neighborhood looking for metal.
Yep.
And they will take your old couch if it's nice, but they don't always take your old couch,
Yep.
Moo.
Well, and Junie's saying that, provided there are no springs, but yeah, if it's got springs, you go to Harbor Freight, you get a pair of bolt cutters for $20.
Yeah.
It's still a lot cheaper than paying the disposal.
Like I said, clear the area first. Don't ever take medical advice or any advice from Godless Sewing. Clear the area first and then set it on fire.
Yeah, do not take legal or disposal advice from this channel.
Yeah, exactly. I come with disclaimers.
Well, in this neighborhood, they've already got $1,000 fines for dumping. So
I think it's probably something like that here too.
Oof. You get more jail time for dumping than stealing a car here in Southern California. You'll get real jail time.
Yeah, they've got it. But again, if people have no other way to get rid of it, I've seen it happen. I've seen people leave old couches in the Target parking lot.
Oh, same here. It drives me insane, but same here. People, do you think that's just human nature? If they keep on getting told like they can't do something, they're like, all right, I'll just drive 15 miles out from my house.
Well, like I say, I don't think it's so much a rebellion thing. It's just that, what else are they going to do? They have to get rid of it. Yeah. What are they going to do with it?
Yeah.
So you have to give people some legal way to dispose of this crap.
You reminded me of something too. I used to go to the dump to dispose of large amounts of stuff. I always have hazardous waste. They raised their prices, so I stopped going to the dump.
Okay, and what pisses me off is I should get a credit for this because the recliner Sloth Girl I took when somebody else in the building was getting rid of it. So they had paid the building manager to get rid of that thing. And I took it, so I saved them that cost. So I should get a credit to be able to dispose of one large item now.
I do that. There's a chair in my closet, the blue chair in my closet. I picked that off the street. I do that all the time.
Well, and even the two recliners I have here, I mean, I brought them from Michigan, but that's how I got them. Was, the furniture store had taken them as trade-ins, but they were too worn for them to resell them. So they just put them out in the alley, and I picked them up.
This particular cart, this cart here is I made this one. My father made this all from old frame parts. He completely refurbished it, soldered everything together, re-screwed it and everything.
Yep.
And he found all those parts just laying around in the shop or on the side of the road and made this cart.
Yeah, well, in fact, in this whole apartment, the only piece of furniture that I actually purchased was the desk chair. You know, everything else was something that, you know, I recycled or something that somebody else was getting rid of when they moved or something I built myself.
I'm almost the same way. I bought Isaiah a bed, and I think that's the only new piece of furniture I've ever bought. And I want to say something. Ashley's Furniture, Walmart, IKEA, you guys are a ripoff. And because when it comes to like, if you put child's or like single bed in front of it, they charge you more money.
Yep.
Or captain's bed or anything in that realm, they literally charge you more money.
Well, you know, and like you were saying about the scrappers going around, when I was living in New York, you know, I kind of did that too, that, you know, I'd go and check the piles. And actually, I got to know a couple of the scrappers, and like, you know, we would text each other on our cell phones to tell them where there was a good pile. Because I wasn't after the metal, I was looking for wood. That
I love
broken
dumpster
IKEA
diving.
bed frames were my primary source of lumber.
Oh yeah, I build all kinds of wacky stuff. I love dumpster diving. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go grab. I made a mounted frame for my car. I'll show it to you. I found everything literally laying at the dump. I'll show you.
Well, I built a whole mess of furniture, you know, out of the discarded IKEA stuff that the other people had thrown out. And I'd actually thought about the fact that, you know, it was a big college town, so it was a lot of that. You know, when kids went home at the end of the semester, they'd toss stuff out. And of course, in the fall, when they came back, they'd be looking to furnish an apartment again.
I made this.
You built messy furniture?
Well, it actually occurred to me that, you know, I could have made a whole business by picking up the furniture when they moved out and refurbishing it and selling it back to them again when they came back.
That sounds good. I like that.
I made this from stuff I found laying around the shop, and I found this. I found this on the side of the road, this mount, and I put it in my truck because I had a dash cam, but it was crappy. So I made this for my truck, and I strap it in, and it's perfect in the passenger seat. And so now I can record while I'm driving, because sometimes there is such crazy stuff that happens on the road that I don't even believe my own eyes sometimes.
Yeah, Sloth Girl likes to watch some of those dash cam videos.
Oh, there.
Yeah, I've watched some of those with her, and it's like, God, you can't believe that people pull that crap.
Like I always say, if you're bored, watch Russian dash cams. You will not be bored.
That's one of the channels she watches. Yeah.
Oh, I'm subscribed. It's amazing. Isaiah and I watch it all the time. I'm now to the point where, like, he loves watching like World's Dumbest and all those shows. I can tell what country they're in. When it's in Russia, I'm like, oh, that's Russia. I can tell right off the bat. Right off the bat. I love those dash cam. I grew up, like, when I was a kid, my dad would take us dumpster diving because he loved it. And I found a full drum set. And so from that moment on, I fell in love with dumpster diving from when I was a little kid. And all I had to do was replace the heads, and I had a fully functioning drum set as a kid.
Well, you know, I've told people when we start talking about apocalypse plans that, from an old washing machine and a lawnmower, I can build you an electric generator.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah.
I could build an EM Pulse with 2 old washing machines. Get one that's slightly bigger than the other and a gang of magnets and run. But
that could be interesting. I wonder how big of an area that would cover.
It's an uncontrollable EM Pulse, though. See, that's the thing. You have to have shielding around it, because if you just turn it on, you're going to shut off everything around you like an idiot. And then it's going to keep going perpetual motion style.
Well, see, that's my whole point. You know, can you shut off a whole neighborhood that way?
You know what? I hit a power pole in my truck and I shut down the power to 17,000 homes.
Oops.
And lived to tell the story, you know,
Well,
so
see,
you never know.
You know, in the apocalypse, that could be a good defensive weapon. Because, like, almost all the cars have computers. So if you give them a good EM pulse, the car's going to shut down and not be able to come near your base.
My pops and I used to always talk about how we wanted to create a Doctor Who screwdriver with just enough of an EM pulse where I could point it out the window and shut down someone's car. Just enough so you don't shut down your own car, you know.
Well, because there's an easy way around that. You go and get a couple of early 90s Geo Metros. They've got no computer in them.
Oh, that's a good point.
You know, I had a 92 Geo Metro and yeah, it had a carburetor. There was no electronics there at all. You wouldn't need to worry about it. Damn thing also got 50 miles a gallon. I got
those were
when I was on the interstate, I could get up to 53 miles a gallon.
Dio Corosto. Yay. Wait, there's Open Chat 87, but
homeschool. Don't worry, bro. You're good. Enjoy your lunch, okay?
Yep. Yeah, I also built a spot welder out of a microwave somebody was throwing away.
Yeah, that would do it. Yeah.
I'm all about building stuff from inappropriate things. Like I'm on this weird thing of camera mounts right now. Like the angles that I have, like in my videos, I didn't like how all of my tripods weren't tall enough, so I created my own camera mount where it's just over my head.
Mm-hmm.
People are going to be
about that too. That I kind of need a 6-foot tripod.
People are going to be so disappointed when they meet me in real life and I'm actually taller than they think. Because I look like a munchkin. It's all spatial perception.
Yeah, I was surprised when you told me.
Yeah, I'm a lot bigger than I look. But like even this computer is far away.
Actually, I've got a pole with a stand that's taller than I am. I just need to figure out how to attach the camera on top of it.
So let me go get the thing and I'll show you what I did. That was a really quick kind of like, I'll show you.
Oh, I'm sure it wouldn't be that hard to do. And, you know, I see like computer tripods at the thrift store all the time for like $4 or $5. So I just, you know, we just need to take the top off of one of those and put it on there.
So this bad boy, I screwed through. All I did was I get a screw. I took an old mic holder, and I shaved off the sides with a Dremel, and I just put a screw through it. And so now this thing fully extended goes completely over my head. And I love that angle because I have a ginormous head, so I have to take a step back because my head is humongous. Or all my videos I'm just going to look like a giant face talking.
Yeah, you know, and again, it's all things that, you know, help with the waste issues. You know, that if we can keep reusing stuff, if you can build stuff out of the old stuff and just winds up less going into the landfills or the incinerators or whatever.
That is quite literally like my issue. Like I tell people, if you go to the Goodwill and you invest in a good oak dresser, that dresser will outlive you. The dressers nowadays are like cheap balsa wood that fall apart if you cough on them.
Yeah. Well, like the IKEA stuff is all this press board. Actually, the shelving I've got here, you know, I did wind up building most of it out of that same press board material, but that was because Menards kept putting the stuff on sale for free and kept giving it to me for 99 cents a board. They kept putting the stuff on rebates, so
That's this sewing table I use is from the 60s, and it's better built than sewing tables they have now that are like this same table. They want $200-300 for it. And like, this is just a crummy old table that has been in my family for longer than I have.
Yep. Oh yeah. That was one of the other things I like too, that, when people were trashing stuff, I found a lot of tables that they were trashing because of broken legs.
Oh yeah.
But the tabletop was still this huge slab of solid wood. I mean, it was usually a glue up of a number of pieces together. But yeah, I mean, you found some good wood there. Most of it was pine, but occasionally you'd find some oak or maple.
Mage Grey Wolf, I built a bed frame. It's awesome when you build your own bed frame. I did, and it saved me so much money. Because another thing, it's like I said, furniture is a racket nowadays.
Yep.
Because you're paying $900. Like, honestly, a child's bed, like a captain's bed, just a double, good old school double bed, is like $800-900 at a furniture store nowadays.
Yeah.
That's unreal.
One of the things I'm working on right now actually is designing a new bed, and I'm actually considering the idea of maybe building a Murphy bed, just so that I can just flip it up out of the way and have the extra floor space, because you're not using it for most of the day.
This entire back wall where the drapes are all cabinets, and it has saved me so much space. It's not even funny. That's another thing I built without asking permission for. Come at me, city of Los Angeles. Come at me.
Okay. Good night, Grumpy.
Oh, Grumpy takes off. Okay, you take care, honey. You be good.
Why would you have
fun.
needed permission from the city to build cabinets?
In the county of Los Angeles, they you need a permit just to walk in your own bathroom half the time. Like, when I had a dumpster in front of my house, I had to, on top of the outrageous amount that the dumpster cost, I had to pay the city $100 for a piece of paper so they wouldn't fine me.
Well, yeah, I've run into that in some cities where I was doing renovations.
It's extortion, So after a while, and it's different because I own this house, and even like my mom's house, she owns the house. So like, if you break something, you're replacing it. Like, there's no one else to do anything.
Okay.
So,
yeah, Mage was talking about a garden bed, and if you want to avoid the chemicals, about the only good thing to use for a garden bed is cedar. Anything else is going to rot out in contact with the ground.
Yep.
Yeah, furniture is a racket. That's actually a sore subject with me. Because I recycle everything. I go to thrift stores. People get ripped off and they don't even know it. Like, when you go to certain stores, when you buy certain clothes, you're getting ripped off because 6 months from now, that same shirt's going to be $5 when it was 25. During Christmas.
Well, that's why I don't worry about fashion or anything like that. It's you get the old standard stuff. It's still expensive, but it's not the front line stuff. So I'll pay $8 for a shirt instead of
and that's
20.
I'm having to do that now because, of course, with transitioning, I pretty much I need to have a wardrobe.
Yeah. I remember
living
those
as a
days.
guy. Yeah, living as a guy, I didn't really care. I had 2 pairs of jeans and assorted colors of T-shirts, and that's all I needed.
Damn right.
That's basically what I'm doing now anyway. I mean, I'm jeans and polo shirts.
Yeah, point.
I make a damn good lesbian,
So I always brag about this, but take it from the guy who goes in the women's section at the Goodwill. Just go in the women's section. You'll find some deals. Go to a charity shop.
That's what I've been doing now. And, I'm getting a lot of funny looks so far. But, I've just been picking stuff up at the thrift store, 1 or 2 things a week. And, I mean, anywhere between, $3.50 and $15 for an outfit.
When I go in the women's section at the Goodwill and I get a weird look, I'll take off my glasses and I'm like, "Hi, how are you doing?" And they either run away or they introduce themselves.
Yeah, I've got a feeling one of the cashiers there is kind of transphobic because he, just gives me a really weird looks and a really negative vibe anytime I have to be checking out women's clothes.
I forget that, like, where I live, every other person is gay. So people act accordingly here.
Yeah, well, it's only that one guy, and it's like, yeah, a couple of the others, a couple of the girls there are just, really kind of weird punk style. So, I know they're not going to say anything.
Yeah. There is one thrift store I did stop going to though, because this young man, like, I don't know what it was, but he got an attitude every time I went to the cash register.
Mm-hmm.
And like, it's different if you get to know me and you hate me, okay, but if you hate me just on my appearance, you can go all the way to the moon. Like, I could care less about you,
Yep. Well, I'm like one of the 20-something girls that does the stocking at the thrift store here. You can just see she's downright giddy that she's, close enough to Halloween. I'm wearing a different costume every day now.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so she's doing all the anime cat girls and things like that.
Oh, it's that time of year. In the past 2 years, I have not been very holiday oriented, and I haven't been in general. The only reason I celebrate holidays is because I have a child that's under 15. It's the only reason I'll cook a turkey or put an Easter basket out.
This is the time of year I absolutely detest. I am going to be out to lunch until May if I make it that far.
I spent from 17 to almost 28 when I met my ex-wife. I spent those years alone, and I was around people, here and there, but I stopped celebrating holidays.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're really not important to me as they used to be at all. Like, because I didn't, I grew up in a large family, and when I was alone, I it just wasn't a big deal to me. And I worked every Christmas, every New Year's. One year I spent a New Year's at a Denny's in good old downtown LA.
Yeah.
I quit celebrating the holidays when Jeff died. I just took it out of me. What can I say?
I completely understand.
I get it. Yeah, Sloth Girl likes to cook, so she likes to do the big feast, and so that's good. And I enjoy doing that with her. But apart from the food, we really don't pay too much attention to it. I do my candlelight ritual on the winter solstice.
You know what? You're right, because like I've spent the past couple of Thanksgivings alone, and last year it was just this guy and I, and like, I liked the house, smell. It reminded me of when I was a kid and the house smelled like food at a certain time of day,
I am going to have some fun with Halloween just because I happen to find some, decorative light things that I found some orange spider webs and some black spiders.
Oh, awesome.
Not black, purple spiders, actually. So I got orange and purple, so I have to put those up in my window.
Absolutely.
It's kind of a tradition here, like, and I feel like I have to keep the tradition going.
Yep.
We have up at the shop, my dad built a coffin, and there's a body that pops up out of it. And like the neighborhood expects that to be around here,
Yep. And like I'd kind of like to carve a pumpkin, but I don't have any place to put it, because if I put it outside, it'll get destroyed, and if I put it inside, it'll just be breeding fruit flies.
Right.
Someone I know carved a giant penis in a pumpkin 2 years ago.
It's perfect. I like
people
it.
were driving around. People, like, every time someone would look at it, then you'd see them come back 5 minutes later and they're taking pictures in front of it. Like, it was funny.
Oh, I saw a great one that was going around Twitter a couple of weeks ago, that somebody had carved a pumpkin of a cat, but the pumpkin had like a bad spot where like the rind had something had made a hole in it and it had healed over, so you got that big brown spot.
Okay.
So he did it as a cat walking away from you, and that was the cat's ass.
There's an old woodworking saying, if you can't fight it, feature it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I live by that saying.
If you're trying to build good furniture, you've got to work with that. Wherever you've got a knot in the wood.
Damn right. Just keep going. Go around it. Make it a handle.
One thing I will give credit to is the place that made the talking Christmas trees a couple of years ago. I don't know if you saw that on YouTube. There were a couple videos.
Yeah, I saw some of the talking trees.
Yeah, they were arguing back and forth about when to do the music and how to do the music. That I'll give the guy credit.
I like when they have like the portal trees, when it looks like the tree is through a portal on the ceiling.
Oh, yeah.
I just haven't been bored enough to do that.
Yeah,
I bought years ago, I bought a Walmart tree with the lights on that I pull out every year.
I've seen some clever ones, and I've seen some Christmas trees that were made out of books, and it's like, I wish I had seen that when my fiance was alive. She would have absolutely loved, for me to do that. Just take a bunch of discarded books and make a tree.
Who discards books? Yeah.
Students when they move.
Okay.
Again, just living in a college town, I was finding a lot of that, and it's like, it was one of the things she loved, that I would bring back the old textbooks, and she loved going through them. I actually found her a copy of Grey's Anatomy that way.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she thought that was like one of the greatest gifts anyone ever gave her.
I have a biology book from the 50s, and it's so wrong that I might do a video debunking it.
That sounds like fun. I like that idea. I really do.
It goes, it uses eugenics.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And so it's talking about phenotype and types and things that don't exist. There's no such thing as a type. I'm sorry. When you're talking about species,
a type is a subset of a kind.
Yeah.
What's a kind? That's the word I'm looking for. Kind. That's why I stopped watching like Ken Hovind and all those people, because I just get so angry at their crappy science.
It just amazes the shit out of me, because as far as I'm thinking, they know that they are full of shit. They cannot not know. So they're just purveying it because it's, patting your wallets.
Oh, yeah. Ken Hammett's just a business. He's just doing it to sell the materials to homeschoolers.
That's why in no way, shape, or form do I honor anything a young earth creationist has to say, because I know they know they're lying just like flat earthers. I won't even entertain it anymore. If someone says, "Oh, I'm a flat earther," I will block you. I won't even put up with it anymore. It's just denial of the obvious, And
it's just unfortunate the way these morons are gaining traction in the legislatures.
Yeah.
Oh, what's her name? Marjorie Green Taylor.
Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yep.
Every time she speaks, she sets us back 100 years.
Well, a couple of days ago, she officially filed her motion to impeach Biden.
Ugh. She did something else. She was talking about how if we abandon something, I think she was talking about trans women. I don't even know anymore, because what happens is I'll see a thumbnail, I'll see a snippet on Twitter. It'll get my blood pressure up, and I'm like, okay, I am not going to pay attention to this anymore. Like, it triggers me. Her stupidity makes me angry.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that stupidity and the stupidity of Lauren Boebert and Matt Gates, or whatever the fuck his name is, that stupidity is getting voted into public offices.
They came to
Yeah.
Southern California, okay, and they had this beautiful shot on the beach at Venice Beach, where all these like Trumpers were supporting them. What they did not show was the 300,000 people on the street that were being held back by the riot police. They wanted to tar and feather her. People were shocked that she came here, you know, but they were coming for the super. They were coming to help for the Gavin Newsom recall to, you know, bring awareness to all the Trumpers. But what they did was almost start a riot at the beach. They're lucky that people decided just to not storm the beach that day, because the cops would not have been able to stop them.
I'm just going to keep my mouth shut because I'll get into trouble if I start talking.
I'm like, honestly, I'm surprised. I'm surprised they came here. Like, there was that. No, I won't bring up that recent protest, but they're like, man, we've had riots here recently over certain hot button topics. You know, so. Southern California is not for the faint of heart. It is not what you think it is. Don't come here with your Republican dribble. We will fight you. Physically fight you.
Well, and I wish that we were seeing more of that in other states.
Yeah.
We fight back here.
Pennsylvania.
Well, see, one of the sad things is that Democrats are not fighting back enough. Because
Why?
there are more registered Democrats in this country than there are registered Republicans.
But we don't
So
go out
the
and
only
vote,
reason that Republicans win elections is because the Democrats are too apathetic to go out and vote.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there is the whole bit about the gerrymandering and everything, where you clump all of the Democratic votes together,
but
where
I
you
mean,
get only one district, whereas, you know.
Yeah, all the way back to the 60s, though, it's a consistent pattern. That elections with a high turnout will elect Democrats. Elections with a low turnout will elect Republicans. Because the fanatical religious people are going to get out and vote no matter what.
Right.
Well, so the Republicans can pretty much expect the same turnout regardless. The Democrats need to work on getting the turnout, need to work on getting people to realize that, yeah, if you don't show up, you know, it's not that your vote doesn't matter. Yes, you're picking the lesser of two evils, but if you don't show up, the complete asshole is going to get elected.
Every time. That's what's happened in my town. Like, quietly, a lot of Trumpers moved here, and my town is red, even though everything around me is blue. Well, the one thing I want to say though, that the Republican Party won't win for the next 50 years in California, that has destroyed the Republican Party, is being able to vote from home.
Oh,
and so now that people can vote from home, everybody's voting. Well, everybody who has a registered thing they will not win in California.
That's why the Republicans have been trying to crack down on the mail-in voting, and trying to make it as hard as possible in every state they can.
Yeah, our turnouts were unreal because I voted 3 weeks before the election. I forgot. I was like, when's the election? I voted, I forgot when the date was.
That was the same here. Sloth Girl and I filled out our ballots, and I took them down to the county office in the first week of October.
Oh, yeah.
I took them down there, and I made sure I took them down to the office. I wasn't just going to mail them in, because at the time was all that stuff about them fucking around with the post office.
You know what's really funny? They were taking out post office boxes here too. All that stuff was real. People wasn't just on the news. They were the Republicans were really trying to steal the election.
Oh yeah, they were trying to slow down the post office enough so that a lot of the mail-in ballots would not arrive by the deadline.
Yeah.
And even after the election, there were episodes where they were finding, cases of thousands of ballots in post offices that just hadn't been delivered in time.
There was someone who was arrested in my town because this idiot made a fake ballot box and then came back after the FBI was like, just wait for this idiot to come back. And he did. And he got, it's a federal crime.
Yep. And again, there were lots of that going on. There were a lot of instances where churches were setting up ballot deposit boxes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's like, yeah, that, you know, people need to realize that, yeah, that's not going to be happening at a church. It's not going to be an official thing.
No, not at all. Do you know, so in our last election, I actually thought it was, they're actually finally doing their job. Our sheriffs picked up all the ballots. Because I was wondering, why the hell am I hearing helicopters everywhere? They were doing their job. They were picking up the ballots and airdropping them. You know, they were finally doing their job.
Well, at the county office here, they set up a big tent in the parking lot so they could have a drive-through collection for them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because that was right at the peak of the COVID, applying everyone to social distance and everything. You know, so it's like, yeah, you just pulled up. They told you to just open your window a couple inches, so they passed the clipboard in for you to sign, and you give them the ballots.
Oh, Theo, you're hilarious. I wish that's most people who vote Republican. They throw their vote in the ocean. Like I said, that's why they're trying to destroy mail-in ballots, because one of the reasons that Gavin Newsom destroyed everybody is because most people voted from home. Like he probably knew that he won the election before the election was even on.
Well, and then
what was his opponent knew that he had lost it before the election started, because he was already like filing claims of, you know,
fraud.
Yeah, voter fraud. You know, that got released before the election.
So at I don't know, the ballots hadn't even closed yet. Okay, I have a friend who's Norwegian, and she called me. She is a Trumper. We get into some heated conversations, but I've known her long. She's my friend. You know, I can be friends with anybody, and I love her for it. She's a good person. But she was like, "Put it on Fox News, bro." I put it on Fox News. 2 minutes after they closed the polls, Fox said that Gavin Newsom was cheating and that we had illegal aliens voting.
Well, you know, and Theo's got it right here that democracy is only good as the people are informed. And a functional democracy requires a well-informed populace. And with so much fake news and bad information out there that people don't know what to believe, that's why it's not working.
Yeah. And this is why the fascists are trying as hard as they are to destroy the public education system.
My thing is how can the people not see that they are blatantly doing this? Like with the ballot boxes here in California, the Republican Party spent millions of dollars to lose and to prove to themselves that they are losers.
Well, and the whole thing with all the election challenges that, you know, Trump had 36 election challenges that were all dismissed in court, and 3/4 of those were by judges who were appointed by Republican officials.
Yeah, you got to follow the law. You're going to, and that's I don't know. Just
the
corruption
the
is
Supreme
so
Court's pushing it as far as they can, but it's like, the judges are somewhat tied that they need to follow previous precedents, but they're really trying to find ways around it.
There's because I watch insane stuff on YouTube. Recently, I had to let YouTube. I'm not going to watch a certain channel. There are people out there who are still saying that Trump is going to be reinstated.
Oh yeah,
for real.
I don't have time for that. I don't have time for any of that. You need to be in a straitjacket.
They keep giving a date and then it comes and doesn't happen. So they say it's going to be next month, and there are still people who are saying it's going to happen by the end of the year.
I almost want to tell the Trumpers that as an atheist, do you realize how many times I've survived Jesus coming back?
Yeah. Well, I'm living in a red pocket, and there are people around here who still have Trump flags flying off of their cars.
Yeah.
Here too. There's a certain car that I'm looking for. There was this man who drove this giant black truck, and on the side of it, he had "Trumpin' ain't easy."
Yep. Well,
I wonder if that jackass still has it on his truck.
There's one guy here who's, on his pickup truck has a Trump flag and a Confederate flag that are each larger than the bed of the truck. And I see him driving around, and I see him, sitting in the parking lot of one of our strip malls here, just yelling at people. That's all he does all day.
You could not get away with that here. He would be hogtied with his own flag.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And
Hey,
you
folks,
know what?
I'm gonna have to hop off here. It's past me bedtime. And
Okay. Yep. Thanks for sitting with us, Doc.
Yep.
That's sotto patreda. Take care, honey.
I'll probably be able to make the Thursday show because I got Thursday off this week.
Okay.
I'm gonna look up that movie, Doc, because your recommendations have been spot on. I'm still in love with Skinny Puppy.
Okay, to remind people, because I'm trying to work with a sleep psychologist who wanted me to get on a more consistent schedule. The Thursday shows are now going to be starting at 10 p.m., 2 hours earlier than they used to.
Oh. Thank you. Yay!
Yeah, so the Thursday night shows are going to run 10 p.m. to midnight with the idea that I should, unwind and get to bed before 2 a.m. every day.
Okay. Well, that's perfect West Coast time because I need to go to bed at a decent time too.
Likewise, I need to mention here that these shows are no longer going to be able to run on aimlessly because, starting next week, I'm going to be having an ongoing afternoon appointment. So I'm basically, these are going to run about 3 hours. I'm going to have to wrap them up about 3:30 every week so that I can get to a 4 o'clock appointment.
Awesome.
Okay.
Cool.
Sounds reasonable. You need to do that self-care stuff, and
yeah. Well, that's what my gender therapist. So
awesome.
Cool. Speaking of which, TTFN kids.
Great seeing you, Doc.
Okay, honey, you take care.
Bye, Doc. You get some rest.
Yep. Toodles.
Now, what is the? Tell me to shut up if you need to. But what is the gender person working with you about right now, or hasn't that started yet?
Well, you mean the therapist or the doctor who's prescribing the stuff?
The therapist.
Oh. It's just kind of a general therapy thing of whatever issues come up with, me transitioning and.
Okay. Yeah, because when I was doing the gender clinic thing, it was rather free form. A lot of the time I spent there was getting cleared for the hormones, but you're already there, so that's behind you.
Well, and some of it's just more general therapy too of me, dealing with anxiety and that. And one of the things I found is that while I'm not sleeping more, I'm dreaming a lot more. So this is dredging up a lot of stuff in my subconscious from the past.
Moo. Okay.
And that's, just that I was resigned to that. I couldn't do anything about changing my body. So, now that it becomes a realistic thing, it's kind of bringing up all of the reasons before why I couldn't do this.
Yeah, okay.
And just in general, a lot of things about, how all my life I've been bullied for not being much of a man.
Oh, Lord.
What is that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm overly manly, and I don't even know what that means. I chop down trees with axes and do all those things. I don't know what that means. I have no idea what that to be manly. Like, does that mean being mean to people? Like,
yes, that's part of it.
Even when I was doing the home renovations, that I was out there with the power tools, building walls and decks and fences and all this, and a lot of times if somebody had another contractor on the property working on another job, from the back, they'd still address me as ma'am.
Okay.
So it's like, even when I'm doing the traditionally male role, people were still taking me as being female.
Must tell you something. Yeah. And
I understand. I'm aggressively masculine, but that's because I was raised in the toxic masculinity era.
My fiance had said that, when I was relaxed, I carried myself more like a woman.
Okay.
So as long as I was doing something I was confident of and I didn't have the anxiety going, apparently it's just, my movements and that seemed more feminine to people.
I know what you're saying, though. I recently told somebody I thought they were hot, and they were like, I thought you were straight. Because I present a certain way, and I shocked I shocked them. I threw them off.
Well, see, then you come back and tell them that, yes, I am straight. You're just that hot.
Okay, yeah. They don't get that. That's the interesting thing is nobody seems to get that a straight person can find someone of the same sex hot. It does happen.
You fall in love with people.
Yeah.
See, this is my whole thing. Like, our society, we live and die on these stupid constructs. That's why I'm making today I have a video that's coming out where I'm wearing a caftan because I like wearing a caftan. You shouldn't have to gender clothes. Like we're ridiculous as a society where we say, okay, if you're this, you have to do this, which is complete bullshit.
Well, it is part of what I actually, look forward to, being able to just go grocery shopping in a dress.
There you go.
That's what I'm saying. Like the captain I made. Let me tell you, when I go to the pool, you're gonna be lucky that I'm wearing a swimsuit under that thing.
Yep. Although it is something I learned years ago that body hair is not as completely worthless as people think it is. Because in the winter, when I shaved my legs, I could clearly tell the difference that just having even light leg hair that held the fabric that fraction of an inch from my skin created an air pocket and my legs stayed a lot warmer. If I've got them completely shaved and the fabric's laying right against my skin, it's just a heat sink.
True. I religiously wear socks like a weirdo, so I've rubbed off all the skin right around where I wear my tube socks.
Yep.
So your tubes wear socks?
No, I'm kidding. I wear ankle socks, but there's this weird stripe on my leg with no hair because I've been wearing the same brand of socks for 25 years, or same style of socks. Because I wear boots, so I wear a higher sock.
What, baseball socks?
No, depending on the time of year. But when I lived in Oregon, I fell in love with long underwear. So I would put my long underwear and my socks on, and I was toasty all day long.
Yeah.
But because I'm from Southern California, when I go to cold weather cities, I'm freezing. I'm shaking inside because I'm from the desert,
Yep.
Okay, so you're from the desert and you do not go out at night. Yeah.
Well, during the winter in Nevada, it'll go down to 20 degrees, but it's dry and cold. It's not like it's raining. It's not windy.
Yep.
It's just cold.
Well, and that's a big factor that, if the air is humid, it conducts heat better. So it feels colder than if the air is dry at the same temperature, because it's the rate that you're losing heat off of your skin changes based on the humidity.
Here, where I live, it just does not get that cold here at all. You'll laugh at Southern Californians if it's anything under 50. We're in snow gear.
Yeah. I tell you, I'd like to live somewhere warm and rational, but unfortunately, in Central North America, you don't get the two of those together.
Yeah, I've always lived along the Great Lakes, so it's I have never lived any place that doesn't expect to get a couple feet of snow in the winter.
Yeah, I could take the weather in South Carolina. I just can't take the people in South Carolina.
Yep.
It's really funny.
Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, I know I could never live in any of the southern states just because of the people.
Yeah. I know 2 different families that bought property in Tennessee. and I guarantee you they'll be back in the next 15 years.
Yep.
If not sooner.
Because they're like, we're city people, you know, and I don't think because I've lived out in the middle of nowhere, and I don't think they really realize how homestead it is compared to living like I can walk to my grocery store.
Yep.
That's how my city is planned. You know, like my grocery store is like a 3-minute drive in my car if I'm feeling lazy. You know, it takes longer to warm up my truck.
Well, that's like, you know, where I'm living now. This is a small city, really, but everything I need, any place I would go shopping, is within 5 miles of the apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas where I was living before in Upper Michigan, we had to drive an hour. Literally, we had to drive into the next state. We had to go into Wisconsin for the closest Walmart.
That's crazy to me. That's another thing. It just in this town, there's 3 Walmarts.
Yeah.
So you get lost and find a Walmart here.
Well, and that it's the same thing here. That, you know, there's 2 of them. Technically, one of them is in the adjacent suburb. But again, within 5 miles of the building, there are 2 Walmarts. There are 2 Targets.
Do you know, they just put a Starbucks in the grocery store by my house, okay? What I'm not telling you is that if you walked out to the end of the parking lot, there's an effing Starbucks behind the bank.
Yes, yeah.
I don't get that. I do not understand that.
There was an intersection on the southeast corner of Minneapolis where there were literally 3 Starbucks at this one intersection, because that intersection was the divider between Minneapolis and 2 of the suburbs. So they'd gotten franchises because technically each one was in a separate city, but they were all 3 at one intersection.
Okay, then. At the waterfront in Homestead, there's a Starbucks in the bookstore, in the Barnes and Noble, and not even 300 feet away, there's a freestanding Starbucks.
Oh, Granny.
Yeah, I hear that happens a lot with the bookstores.
Oh, Granny, you know, with
Granny.
Purple and Diana. With Purple and Diana, this could go until next week.
Both of
you are
just
famous.
Telling people that, in the future, this is going to have wrapped up by this time.
Both of you are famous for your long streams.
Oh yeah, go to some of mine from the first season when Diana was in there, and we've got some that run 9 hours.
Yeah,
there's been times where,
you know, we were testing the thing that people were saying that after 8 hours YouTube would disconnect the stream, so we were actually testing the limit.
Yeah.
On Sunday, like I'll go shopping in the morning or something. It is a tradition for me to come back and see if you are still streaming, Diana. On Sunday, it is, because I know you're going for at least 3-4 hours, 4 or 5 hours. I know you're no joke when it comes to the streams.
Oh yeah,
easily.
I've done that many times on Sunday. That, you know, I'll get up and I'll pop in there while I'm having some breakfast, and I'll leave it running. You know, and I'll go out, I'll be, you know, doing whatever I do. I'll build a piece of furniture and I'll come back, and 6 hours later, Diane and Kate are still going.
Exactly.
I remember Jeff would give me a hard time when he'd come over and see us going at, all hours in the morning. He said, "What, are you trying to rival movie night?" Movie night was famous for the 8, 9, 10-hour broadcasts.
Yep.
And that was before we would sit around for 3 or 4 hours after the show, just talking amongst ourselves. I'd be sitting in this chair for 12 or 14 hours. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. I remember movie nights with Jeff that it would start at midnight and it'd still be going at sunrise.
Oh,
yep.
Wow.
Yeah. I would not get to bed before noon. Yeah.
You know, I would watch streams like that. I know for a fact that at least with an iPhone, you can watch YouTube to a certain point almost all the way to Las Vegas. Because when I in my baby atheist days, when I would obsessively watch like Kate and like Prophet of Zod, I would just put them on. I just put it on. It would go one after another back when YouTube was reliable, and I would drive to Vegas. And there's the signal works basically all the way out in the middle of the desert, but there's a reason why, because there's an Air Force base out there.
Well, also, if you've got, flat unobstructed ground, of course, the signal's going to carry a lot further.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So you couldn't have that happen around here just because there's too much, going up and down hills. You go down in the river valley, you lose the signal.
That's the thing. Once you start getting towards the Sierra Nevadas, the signal cuts out because you're in the mountains. But once you go back down towards the valley that Vegas sits in, it opens right back up. But Las Vegas is one of those places that literally shoots out Wi-Fi because they want you to be on your cell phone. They want you to be looking up stuff. They figure since they're ripping you off, they might as well give you free Wi-Fi.
Well, and that's another thing, that I definitely think we need to push for. It, along with the UBI and things like that. I think it needs to become common to just have, citywide Wi-Fi for everyone to use.
Yep.
So,
because especially, and it really came up in the pandemic, that with the distance learning, that any kids that didn't have access to the internet were screwed.
Yep.
So in my town, we actually did that. We put in statues on the lower socioeconomic side of town that admit free Wi-Fi.
Uh-huh.
So you'll drive by the parks and the kids will be there doing their schoolwork on their computers.
Yep. Yeah, and
Because
I've heard of
they
that
don't have
happening in a
Wi-Fi.
number of cities, and I think it's a great idea. I think it needs to become the norm in every city in the U.S.
And those things, you put a Wi-Fi signal in a bronze statue, that thing will radiate, free Wi-Fi.
And I had that problem, when I was in New York. My move got delayed a couple of months, so I no longer had the internet connection. So I was doing that I was going and sitting in the library courtyard after they'd closed up because the Wi-Fi was still going. And actually, it wound up, a couple other people got the idea, and it wound up most nights there was a group of 5 or 6 of us all sitting there on our laptops, and we kind of nod and acknowledge each other, but no one ever spoke to each other.
Same. I journaled forever, and there's a Starbucks by my house where every time, I don't go in there anymore because I'm over the politics, but when I used to go in there, they're like, we miss you, because I would always go in there and they had free Wi-Fi to the point where my phone would pick it up when I walked in.
Well, and that is the site that, if you go to Syracuse, New York, in that library courtyard, there are 2 memorial stones to my fiance there. I thought that was the most fitting place to leave a memorial for her. Because we both loved the libraries, and it was one of the things that we had said, that neither of us could date anyone who didn't have a valid library card.
Yeah.
I'm actually collecting them now. I actually now have valid library cards for 5 cities in 3 different states.
I'll mail you I still have a valid San Fernando Valley and Los Angeles County library card.
Mm-hmm.
I still do. I do too. I renew my all the time. And
I had been away from Minnesota for 12 years, and that entire time I still maintained a St. Paul library card, and I still used it every time I came back here.
You can go online and watch movies online if you have your card, At least in LA County. They've changed everything. When I was a kid, one of the greatest joys was going to the library. I loved it. Getting a new book, that was my thing.
Well, the St. Paul library card I had specifically maintained because one of the really cool things they had was that you could go and check out museum passes for any of the museums in the city.
Oh, wow.
So you could get a free 1-day pass to any of the museums.
I buy a season pass, especially now that Isaiah's being homeschooled.
Uh-huh.
It's a great time of year to take your kid to a museum because everybody's at school,
Oh, when I lived in St. Paul, I had the yearly membership for the Science Museum, and that's Yeah. When I was raising kids, especially when I had kids that were below the kindergarten age, that was basically it. We went and hung out in the museum all day.
I miss
I
that.
actually spent so much time at the Science Museum that the volunteers would direct people to me if they had questions they couldn't answer. Because I knew more about the exhibits than they got in their training, especially when it came to the paleontology department.
That's like me at the Getty and at the Simon Wiesenthal Center. Like, Isaiah and I go there so much that like they thought I was an employee, and then they're like, oh, we miss you guys. Like, where have you guys been? You know.
Yep.
I look forward to it.
And my youngest two had regular play groups, that I would just text the mothers that, meet you at the museum, and we'd wind up with just, 3-4 parents with groups of 5-6 kids running around together.
Oh, that's awesome. I even took Isaiah to the Noah's Ark exhibit because it was interactive. And, I raised him as an atheist, so he just had a good old time. He didn't know it was religious context, But we had a great time. This was a while ago. A lot of our museums are ran by religious organizations.
Yeah. It is one thing I was bummed about with the pandemic, was that I had wanted to get back to the Science Museum more, even though it is like an 1.5-hour drive now.
You're making me want to go to the tar pits. I want to see if they're museums.
I would love to see that one day.
They have one of the great, so there's the outdoor tar pits, but they have 2 campuses. They're within walking distances, but they're 2 different museums.
Yeah, I've seen video of each of them.
Oh, one's more natural history. The other one's more like, Wells Fargo, Wild Wild West. Look at the stagecoach. You can buy fake gold,
Yep.
But because that was the history of Southern California, was like Wells Fargo, cowboys,
Well, and actually for me, a lot of what drew me into this community was the people debunking the flat earth creationists, because, studying evolution has just really been a lifelong hobby for me. Studying all the different extinct animals and just how they were related to each other. Absolutely.
And a tar pit is amazing for that, because they're still pulling out full carcasses of animals that, from bygone era.
Yep.
They're still pulling out, and they're perfectly preserved because they're in the tar.
Yeah. Well, that's, if the oxygen doesn't get to them, they don't decay.
You can, it's fenced in, but you can see where the people are working and sifting. You can literally see them working and trying to take the tar off. It's really cool.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
That must be an incredible job, though. Just trying to clean the tar off of all the bones
from millions of years. Tar is it's yeah.
Well,
now I want to go to the tar pit.
Yeah. Even just a casual thing. I mean, if you just dip something in the tar and pull it out, it still seems a huge job to just clean all of that off of it.
Oh, I miss that place. I took Isaiah there, and my ex-Norwegian girlfriend, we went there right before the pandemic.
Yep.
I had a good old time.
I had a little input one time. With one of the perks of the membership at the Science Museum was they had days that sometimes you got to go behind the scenes in the labs.
Oh, wow.
So
Okay.
One time I was, got to go in the paleontology lab while they were, reassembling a dinosaur fossil, and I was just looking at it, and I kind of pointed out to the guy a couple of pieces that looked like they fit together, and he got all giddy and said, "Oh yeah, you're right." So I had some small part in reassembling one of the dinosaurs.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh man, the Los Angeles Natural History Museum is so old that the dinosaur bones that are there are literally the same ones that I saw as a child. So 40 years later, there's still the same exhibits.
Yeah, well, a lot of that's true. The Field Museum in Chicago. I grew up in the Chicago suburbs, so I remember seeing the Tyrannosaurus there in the early 70s, and it's interesting how they've revised it several times. About every 20 years, they wind up rebuilding it because of what they've learned about it.
Yeah, exactly. Same. It was like going back in time when I went to the Los Angeles History Museum, because it was literally quite like I remembered it. It was weird.
Yeah. Well, with the dinosaurs, I mean, you can really see it. The Tyrannosaurus, that it started with this, upright kind of tripod pose that it was balanced on its tail. And yeah, then they realized that, no, the tail didn't drag. They had to pick that up. And then they realized that, no, this was a more dynamic runner. So the torso should really pretty much be horizontal to the legs.
There was a Scientific American article when they first were like, hey, dinosaurs had feathers. I was reading the article and I'm like, this is kind of life destroying. Because in my head, my entire life, I had pictured dinosaurs as these, like rough skin triceratops. No, they had feathers. They were like giant birds.
Yeah, well, that is something that, I've had to deal with, because like I said, I've been studying since I was a kid in the 70s. So, getting used to the idea that they didn't have skin like a crocodile. They were more like birds. Exactly. I still have a little trouble with that, especially when you get to things like, the Tyrannosaurus, the huge predators.
Yep. That's why.
And people think about it in the theropods, but the feathers have been noted in a lot of different species of dinosaurs. That even like the Triceratops, some paleontologists are arguing that there are points on the hips that the bones on the hips have the pocks that would be the anchoring points for feathers.
Oof.
Yep.
Oof.
That they think they probably weren't completely covered in feathers, but like around the hips and the tail, that they probably had some feathers as a mating display.
You know what though? People are going to look back at things that humans made and not know what they are. How many people would know what to do if they saw an actual loom? Or even know what it is? Besides thinking it's just a big clunky piece of wood with strings that kind of looks like an organ.
Yep.
Or if someone saw an organ, like the average person,
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the whole apocalypse thing about, how would most of the current generation function if the electricity just went down and didn't come back?
I think about that all. Do you know people like me would rule the world? Because I lived before pre-internet.
Well, that's us scrappers, those of us who know how to rebuild things out of the stuff people throw away.
Exactly.
I saw a great one on that because, during a time when the power was down for a couple hours, this guy discovered that his 12-year-old daughter had no clue how to use a manual can opener.
I famously told a story about how we had a blackout. Well, actually, it was a planned blackout, and then our transformer blew. I watched my son go through real life drug withdrawals because he couldn't be on the internet.
Yeah, I was wondering what that's like when they hear about the rolling blackouts, because we've never had anything like that they could, tell you in advance.
Well, they tell you on Tuesday at noon, we're going to shut the power off for 4 hours, and at 11:59, your power's off.
Yeah. I have to believe that's had a lot to do with the growth in cordless tools and such that people are getting used to doing things on battery packs.
Well, the problem is that we have more people here than we like to admit, and we pull too much power off the grid. Yeah, and our grids are like, no, we can't take this. So the power company has to do something about it, or all of us will not have power.
Yeah, the grid can't handle the demand, and if you overload it, you'll blow a transformer.
But it's more during the summer because everybody has their air conditioners on. Let's be real.
That's the biggest thing anywhere is just, and that's why any place the big power demand is right around 5 o'clock in the evening when people are getting home, turning on the air conditioners.
And the heater too. Heater takes energy too,
Oh yeah, electric heaters are hideously inefficient. They're about they really are about the least efficient way to generate heat.
No, I'm laughing because somebody gave me an electric furnace, and I was bragging to my mom about how I got it for free, and she looks at me and she's like, did you ever think why someone gave it to you for free? Because it pulls an unreal amount of power, you know.
Okay, who's this Commander Kami?
Oh, that's Isaiah. Let me.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Hey, be nice. He's an autistic kid who's about to get told that he should be doing schoolwork right now.
Okay, that's fine. I was just wondering if I'd picked up a troll here because, kind of nonsense strings.
You picked up a subscriber.
That's okay, as long as it's not somebody here to stir up trouble in the discussion. Because I'm willing to discuss any topic with people who will discuss it rationally.
Well, that's not easy to find.
It's getting more difficult, yeah.
Yep.
And it just people who are willing to have their opinions changed, willing to have ideas challenged.
Oh, modern day parenting.
Well, like I said, I'm glad I was done with the parenting before the whole, distance learning and all that started.
He's told on himself. He should be doing schoolwork right now. It's too easy to be doing schoolwork and then click over to YouTube. So I understand,
Yeah, well, that's part of the problem with the internet. That, it's just a matter of how many tabs do you have open in your browser and jumping between things.
Yeah, okay.
Who's ringing here?
That's me.
Oh, okay.
It's an unknown caller. I have no idea.
I get, do you have a landline?
No.
I have a landline and my cell phone. I get at least 12 robocalls a day. They call my landline, they call my phone. It's ridiculous. And they're really slick because now one of the numbers they call me is 2 numbers off from my son's school.
Yep.
Well, the interesting thing is I've had these spam callers call me from my own number.
Yeah.
They're spoofing, and they're using my number, and it's like,
you
what the
totally
fuck?
Reminded me.
Yeah,
it only took me 3 hours, almost 4 hours to remember this. So on Saturday, Isaiah's with his mom on the weekends, and I go driving around Los Angeles in my big clunky truck. I'm driving down a side road because my truck is so crummy. I don't take it on the freeway because it can't accelerate like most cars because it's a giant truck, And I'm driving down the side road, and I get a phone call, and I speak Spanish, and I get a phone call in Spanish, and I said, "What?" in English. I got a phone call, and someone said that my daughter had been kidnapped. Okay, I don't have a daughter.
Already.
And I'm like, I pulled over. I pulled over. I was like, what's going on? Because someone's screaming. I thought it was my ex-wife. Tell you the honest truth. I heard a woman's voice. I'm like, uh-oh, what happened? And it was somebody trying to extort money out of me. They were like, oh, I'm kidnapped. You need to send this money here and here. And I'm like, kill her. And they hung up the phone when I said that. I was like, go ahead and kill her. And they hung up the phone when I said that. It was the strangest thing. It was the strangest thing. But
talk about how low will some people go.
They were trying to scam me, and the crummy thing is, they wouldn't be doing that if it didn't work.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so I just thought it was the weirdest, most left field thing. It kind of effed with me all day where I was like, I called my ex-wife. I was like, is everybody okay? And she's like, why? I'm like, I just got a strange phone call. Is everyone all right? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, okay.
Well, I mean, that certainly would have panicked a lot of people. And
it was just the strangest thing to me,
Unfortunately, I can see how the scam would work because a lot of people would panic and, send them the money. And it's like, yeah, for each time it works, they, could get $10,000, $20,000 easily.
Exactly. And there's an old saying, they wouldn't be doing it if they didn't get away, if they hadn't gotten away with it. So it must have worked at least once. It's just that has to have been one of the most far-fetched robocalls I've ever got. I got one that said that I was in a Guadalajara jail. I got a call that said my full name and everything. and they said, we have him in the Guadalajara jail right now. And I was like, keep him. Keep him. because I'm sitting right here, It's weird. The robocalls are just weird. But
it's been a while since I've got one with the Chinese message that the INS or whatever they're calling it these days is after me.
Yeah, I've gotten those.
I still get that your car warranty is up, and I own all of my vehicles.
I get that all
those
the
calls,
time.
and I don't own a motor vehicle.
Well, I don't think I've ever owned a car that was less than 10 years old, so I've never had a car that had a warranty in the first place.
Same. I buy all my cars outright. All of my cars, so that way I can do anything I want to it.
Destrañe, helico.
And let's be real, buying a used car is cheaper than buying a brand new, brand new trucks go for 60, 70 grand now. It's outrageous. At least if you were to get one like the same F-150, if you were to get this year's model F-150, how much would that be,
That would be many moves.
Well, I know that a couple of years ago, the new Chevy trucks that, weren't even all that fancy were going for like 60,000.
Exactly. One of my favorite things when I'm at the gas pump, someone will always say something to me like, oh, it must be a lot to fill that truck up. I always say, well, it's paid for. Meaning, I'll pay the high price for my gas. I own this vehicle, you know?
Yeah, well, I had an 87 Chevy Suburban some years back.
Oh, that's a tank.
Well, and the damn thing had a 40-gallon gas tank, so
damn right.
Even with the bad mileage it got, it could still go from Minneapolis to Upper Michigan without stopping to refill.
That's like my F-150. The front takes 22 gallons and the back takes 18. And for his bad, like you said, for his bad gas mileage, it's like once I fill it up, I just switch gas tanks and I could drive around all day in that thing.
Yep.
And then pay $300 to fill the two.
Exactly. That quite literally is the other half.
Well, yeah, that was part of the problem, that it was literally taking me $150 to fill the gas tank.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, on a Saturday morning, I went to the gas station at half a tank. I go to the counter. I put $60 down, and I was like, okay, I'll be back for my change. The truck swallowed all $60.
Yeah.
Oof. Oof.
Well, that's why I like having having a nice little car, that gets about 25 miles a gallon. So it's not that. According to the owner's manual, it has a 10-gallon tank, but I have put 12 gallons into it.
Well, I thought the tanks built a little reserve room in there anyway, didn't they? I mean, they would tell you that a 12-gallon tank was 10 gallons, so you had that 2 gallons to play with.
Yeah, well, I'm figuring that's what they must have done. And, and the gas gauge works that way too, that when the gas gauge completely bottoms out on empty, I know I've still got enough in there to go nearly 50 miles.
Oh, that's my old Montero. That thing had 70 miles after it hit E. I missed that damn car.
So I think it is that they pretty much built it with a 2-gallon reserve, that when the gas gauge hits empty and the light comes on, it's still got about 2 gallons in the tank. And that was one of the really nice things about the COVID. I never thought that I'd be seeing gas for under $2 a gallon.
It's $4 here in California. So what is this sorcery that you're speaking of?
Well, now it's back up, but even now it's just flirting right around the $3 point. that if you go around, you might still find stations that have it for $2.98, $2.99.
Wow.
Out in the country where you're captured, there are gas stations that have $6 gallons.
Yep.
And they can make their own prices because if you're pulling over, you need gas and they're going to rob you.
Yeah.
Well, I remember that in the old days before they had, all of the interstates everywhere, that you driving from Chicago to Upper Michigan, you had those places that, this is the last gas station for 100 miles.
Vegas is like that. They warn you. Basically anywhere out in the desert from here to Phoenix or anywhere, they warn you, like, you will not see a rest stop, a person, or a gas station for 120 miles. So you better fill up now. Especially going to Phoenix, because it is nothing between Los Angeles and Phoenix. I mean, absolutely nothing. At least going to Nevada, you get mountain scenery and a bunch of really cool rest stops.
Well, that has been the one nice thing about driving through Wisconsin all the time, is that, at least you have some pleasant scenery, and depending on the time of the year, you get there when the leaves are changing.
No, Mage, Grey Wolf, there's no gouging laws in Southern California. So right now, up the street from my house, one gas station went to $4.09. Every single one switched the next day to either a penny over or under. They do whatever they want, and really, like, who's gonna stop an oil company? Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Who's really gonna tell them what to do? They own us in a way. It's
Hey,
sad.
Randy, didn't see you come in there.
Oh, hey. Yeah, we've been going for a while. Yeah. I hope this is my patch. I've been waiting on a patch for 2 months, and I will never order from this one particular company ever again. It was supposed to be here in a week, and it's been 2 months.
Yeah, I've got to get around to doing some patch things because, again, I buy some stuff at the thrift stores, but if it's got a company logo on it, I want to cover it up.
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying.
The only exception to that is I'm wearing the shirts with the Menards logo because they give them to me free. But unless they're going to give them to me free, I'm not advertising for you.
Uh-huh.
I never thought about
I get all
that.
these T-shirts free after rebate, and that's generally been all my work shirts for the last 20 years.
Do you know, so Lowe's gives me a T-shirt every 6 months when I pay my bill, and I wear these shirts till they have holes in them, and
Yep.
One day it dawned on me, I'm giving these idiots free advertisement because every day I'd wear a different Lowe's shirt, every day. It's just a white plain tee with the Lowe's, and it's like, it basically says, I paid my bill, they liked me enough to send me a T-shirt.
I like Menards because, with their rebates, I get a lot of free and really cheap stuff. Even to the point that I had a lot of stuff that I got free at, free after rebate at Menards, different little hand tools and things. And when I did a garage sale, I wound up selling a bunch of that stuff off. So I'm sure that of what I made at the garage sale, like $150 is probably money I got for stuff that I'd gotten free at Menards.
A long time ago, my dad bought a storage locker that had an overflow of stuff from Harbor Freight. And when I say overflow, I mean it's on the other side. I have a full rollaway toolbox and everything. I don't care that it came from Harbor Freight. It's amazing. They're awesome products, certain stuff. Other stuff was made to break.
Yep.
But if I get it for free, I'm like, heck yeah.
Well, Harbor Freight is good. You just have to be aware of what you're buying.
Exactly.
Because they have 3 different levels of everything. They have some that are disposable tools that will get you through one job and then you're going to throw it out. And they have some stuff the Pittsburgh is their brand of hand tools, and those have gotten to be fairly good quality now that, you can expect those to last for years, and they've got the lifetime replacement warranty.
Absolutely. I have a 2 Harbor Freight rollaways with wheels, one here and one at the shop, and that thing, it's basically a gang box on wheels. I love that thing.
Harbor Freight was another one that they kept doing the coupons for free items.
Yes, I got gloves.
Well, and when I was in New York, I was driving my roommate to work and went by a Harbor Freight. So on the way there, we'd each go in with the coupon. On the way back, I'd use another coupon. So, I was getting 3 coupon items a day. And one of them in particular I remember was they were doing these tape measures for free. And I turned around and I put them up on eBay. And I sold about 15 of those tape measures for $5 each.
Oh, that's awesome. I still have stuff in the package that I got from Lowe's because I didn't know what to do. I was part of I have a contractor's, like a contractor's card with Lowe's. They give you a bunch of free stuff, but really what it is their last year's overstock. So they'll give you, I have an automatic Black & Decker. That's from Home Depot, but it's a measuring tape. They got discontinued because they were so overambitious.
Yeah.
So what they did is they started giving them away for free. And I didn't realize how overambitious they were until it eats batteries, basically. So it's a waste. But they're fun and they look cool.
Yeah, I didn't get it for free, but I've had one of those motorized tape measures.
It
was cool, but it wasn't really very practical to keep using.
Not at all. And it eats batteries, and what happens is the back casing starts fading away from the batteries because you're wearing it. You're walking around, you beat it up. It's just not made well. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like these. These were a great idea, but they're some of the shittiest products ever made. This is a Singer hand. So I broke this piece trying to sew something on it. It fell off. Isaiah laughed at me. These things are terribly made.
I've got one of those in a bin somewhere.
I even bought the Sunbeam version of it for $5 at my local 99-cent store. They don't work. The engine instantly seizes when you turn it on.
Yeah, the motor's just too small to drive it.
Overambitious. Again, I commend the idea, but it's overambitious.
But it was a commercial success because how many, tens of thousands of those things did they sell? So they still got a lot of money for them, regardless of whether or not they work.
So true, because they're everywhere here in Southern California.
I see them at the thrift stores all the time.
It's here true. I would buy them if they worked. It's an ingenious idea.
Oh yeah, I'd love to have one that I could actually, do things like hem up the curtains while they're hanging, so I get the right length.
Thank you. I would love to do that.
That's actually one of the issues I have right now. Is the curtains that I got are several inches too long. They're actually dragging on the floor. But I'm not sure, how to be able to do that to make sure I get them hemmed up straight and all the same length.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure, how to get that so that I can make sure that I get a straight hem and get them all the same length.
Oh, I know what you're saying. The only way to really do that is
theoretically it's very easy, but in practical terms, it's not an easy thing to get right.
Oh no, I say this all the time about sewing. When anyone ever says, "Oh, this is easy" on a tutorial, that's because they have 25 years experience.
Yep.
Whenever you hear that, do not take that as gospel. That's because they have done it a million times. Even I say it sometimes, not realizing that it's something I do not. It's not necessarily going to translate to someone who's just beginning.
Well, and that's with any kind of DIY videos. I get those all the time watching the woodworking videos, and it's like, okay, yeah, I can do that because I've been using that tool for 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
You get somebody who just went out to the store and just bought a router for the first time, they're going to hurt themselves and they're not going to get anything done.
Here, cut this blind dovetail. It's easy.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. I won't even let someone touch the table saw at my job unless they've been there for a year and a half. Oh.
Oh, hey, Robert.
Tayo
Hey,
Corosto? Is the
I am-
Robert going?
I am
Oh,
the
hello,
Hammer.
you! Yay!
I wish I was MC Hammer. He's got a great pension.
I didn't actually see your hammer pants yet.
It's, you know what? I had the time of my life. They were just absolutely insane. I forgot. I used to wear hammer pants every day. I forgot how crazy I looked.
Did you post that video and I missed it?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, I'll have to go back and find it then.
Because I posted another video about the Singer sewing machine. I'm going to post another one today.
I saw the one about the sewing machine. I just didn't see the hammer pants. But, so much stuff comes up in my feed that I, may have overlooked it.
And I'm like, right now, I'm in this really weird place where I'm putting out a lot of content. So I'm making a new video every 2 to 3 days.
I need to be doing that. I need to be putting out I need to be making $20,000 a month. Let's get me promoted and started.
I challenged myself because like Isaiah's homeschooling and he needs me less. He just needs me to make sure that he's staying focused, But so I have a little bit more time on my hands, and because of COVID and everything at my job, we have Zoom meetings. And like I go to the ranch and I'm not near people. So I'm basically, I have all this time on my hands now. So I'm like, no, I'm going to start putting out way more content.
Well, if I can get my sleep schedule sorted out so I'm actually awake during the days, I definitely want to get back to making some more edited videos.
I'm having the time of my life making these videos because it's me just laughing at myself for 15 minutes while I'm making these videos,
And that's the thing. You're doing something you enjoy.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter whether or not you have an audience, you're still having fun.
Like I said, whenever I put out a sewing video, people want to see the machines. And I'm getting better at describing them like, well, the Singer was cheating because that is an American machine. I grew up with a machine like that. I'm actually looking for my dads who had one like that. So the Singer, if you look when I'm describing it, I'm not using notes. Because I know all the crud about it already because I grew up. These were like the standard American sewing machines from the 50s on,
Longer than that. Oh yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm sorry. Mine's from the 50s. But yeah, there's the 301As are all the way from the early 1900s.
I remember my babka's treadle Singer. Yeah. Used to love to watch her. Well, she taught me sewing on that thing.
So now, someone offered me $1,000 for that, and if they offered me again, that might be gone in a week. But the black Singers are like the holy grail of sewing machines right now. So if you find one of those, they're reselling for thousands and thousands of dollars because the metal sewing machines, like I said earlier, are infallible. As long as you oil them properly, they do not break down.
Yeah.
They don't. As long as you take care of them, as long as you know what you're doing. I have a 1959 Japanese sewing machine down here. It's a work of art. It's all metal. That thing, you turn it on and that thing instantly responds, This, I had to take apart twice because it's plastic. And I almost threw it against the wall and rage quit twice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I remember having an old treadle machine with the whole cast iron base in our home.
Yeah,
and that's I actually I sewed some things on that. I did some simple projects on that.
I'm definitely looking for I have to go in my storage unit because I have a bad feeling I have at least 2 more antique sewing machines in there. I might sell them. Honestly, I'm at this weird point in my life of like, why am I like, what are you waiting for? I'm at the what are you waiting for phase.
Well, so, actually, Sloth Girl asked me if I could basically build a treadle mechanism for a yarn winder she's got.
Oh, wow.
Just because it's kind of tedious on her wrist to be cranking the thing.
Yeah, totally.
But, due to limited space, it would have to be something that, could somehow be like folded up to be put out of the way. So that's what makes it a more complicated design.
You have to look that up because you'd be surprised what you find. Like, I was trying to look up cheap bobbin winders, and I had no idea there are a million different mini bobbin winders, but you'd be surprised what you'll find. Alexa?
Well, yeah, but
what's the temperature right now?
Both very limited money, too.
Right now, it's 96 degrees Fahrenheit. Happy Wednesday.
Yeah, it jumped. I can feel it. It jumped.
Do you know how we got
the Fahrenheit?
Take that. Yeah. Do you know how we got the Fahrenheit scale in the first place?
How is that?
Well, when he invented his thermometer, it was a winter day, and he put it outside on the windowsill, and where the mercury stopped, he marked that as 0.
Yep.
Then he stuck it in his mouth, and where the mercury stopped, he marked that as 100.
Oh!
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it just happened to be a not terribly cold winter day that he was running a slight fever.
Oh, that's hilarious. I can always tell the temperature because I just get a little bit more hot. I'm used to this weather. Like the other day, we have realtors that come around and beg us to sell our houses, and they give us pads of paper and like baskets and wine because they try to bribe us.
Uh-huh.
And I was out watering my grass, and this woman walked up to me, and she's like, I don't know how you live here because it's so hot. And I looked her in the eye. I said, I'm from here. I don't know any better. It's one of those things where I'm used to the heat. I lived in Oregon for 4 years. I wore long johns every day, even during the summer, because I was cold.
Yep.
Minnesota
gets both extremes. So, you live here, you got to be able to pretty much take it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because we'll get down to 40 below, and usually at the end of July, we'll have about a week that's in the triple digits.
Exactly. And the dangerous thing is, like, it's 96 and windy right now, so that's perfect fire weather,
Oh, God, I wish I could have a fire pit again. That's just something I really miss.
I bought a chimenea. I can't say it properly because I have my Spanish hat on.
Uh-huh.
Chimenea. And it's beautiful. I put it in the backyard, and it's relaxing now, honestly.
Well, Como Park in St. Paul, there's a section where they've got these 3 huge fire rings. They're like, 8 feet in diameter. And back in my pagan days, I used to hold a regular social there at the fire pit.
Can you just walk up and burn wood?
Yeah.
Wow.
You need to bring your own wood is the only thing. But yeah, so we'd go up there. We'd have a group of us gathering, and we'd have a nice bonfire and, have a potluck supper and roast marshmallows.
Robert X, I'm always in heat, just to clear the air and for the record. Oh, that's funny. I try not to be. I thought it would go away the older I got, but now I just find older people attractive.
Yeah. Before they started me on the hormones, that was one of the things that all of the doctors were stressing, that one of the side effects was, a decrease, decreased sexual, I'm missing the word here.
Drive?
Libido?
Yeah, a decreased drive. And it's like, I was like, that would probably be a good thing because it's too distracting as it is. Well, unfortunately, it's not working. Because one of the side effects they didn't mention is that my nipples are perpetually hard, so just brushing against my shirt all the time is just constantly leaving me on.
Oops.
Oof. That was kind of hot. Just all that right there.
Yeah.
I wish my nipples were hard all the time. Oh, that's funny. That's a total side effect that no one probably ever talks about. You know.
Well, it is frustrating because at this point it has been 7 years since I've had a partner.
That's understandable.
You know, and part of it is that it wouldn't be that hard for me to find a partner here. You know, some of the websites and social groups I've been on, it's like people are even doing these parties, but you know, with so many anti-vax people around, I'm still not sure if those things are safe. You know, I mean, I'm fully vaxxed and all, but still, with all the variants running around.
We're getting that here where people are faking cards.
Yep. Well, there are some people who have been arrested for it because, you know, they're not just faking cards, but they're finding people who work for doctors' offices or pharmacies.
Yep.
Who are actually, you know, entering them in the database.
Yeah. And that is a federal felony, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, well, I know at least one person has been jailed for it and is apparently awaiting trial.
Okay, so it's on the fake ID principle. In America, if you get a fake ID that does not so I could get a fake ID with false information, and it's not necessarily a federal crime if you use your real name. But if you use a fake name on a ID, it's a federal crime. And so that's basically how they're treating fake COVID passports.
Okay.
As a crime. It's basically the same law regurgitated with a different piece of paper.
Yeah.
So what they did with fake IDs, and I know this because I live in the land of micas, which is fake ID in Spanish. You get 5 years in prison for every false piece of information.
So if you have if you printed up 1,000 of these cards, you get 5,000 years in prison.
We call those vampire sentences.
Yep.
Okay.
But yeah, they don't. At least here in Southern California, they will charge you with a federal crime if you get caught with a fake ID. You know, because it's such a big deal here.
Well, and it's not just the fake ID. But on some of these, they're also adding on, I'm not sure the exact law, but saying that they have created a public health hazard.
Yes, absolutely.
So, you know, that's being prosecuted under a separate law there.
Problem is, it takes one lying person to kill someone like me. It takes one person lying to kill the immunocompromised. I'm a real life immunocompromised.
Well, and you know, that's been my stance, that even though we're fully vaxxed, I wear the mask every time I go in the store because kids can't get vaccinated, and I don't want to be killing someone's kid.
Do you know right now in Southern California, we are having a plague of people who are sending their kids to school unvaccinated. Their kids get COVID, spread it. It's so bad here right now. It's not even funny.
Well, and they should not have reopened the public schools until the kids could get vaccinated. And they were spreading that thing about, well, kids don't get COVID. And it's like, the reason kids didn't get COVID was because everyone was keeping them home and the kids weren't interacting with each other.
Same reason our crime rate went down. It's because nobody was outside.
Yeah.
What's up,
Hey.
Jenny? It's been a while, Jenny. How's it going?
I
Oh, topos tapayeke.
I'm not having such a great day, so I thought I'd come on here and be social with people so I don't feel so shit.
Well,
Okay, well, I'm glad you came in. Yeah, I haven't
It's
talked
been
to you
a
in a while.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah,
your
it's
first
Good
mistake.
to see all y'all. No, once I saw Purple, Will, and Lavender Lady.
What's her name? Yeah.
All I'm sorry, Diana, right? It's
Yeah,
awesome
there
to
you
talk
go.
to you. I'm really bad at remembering shit. but
Same. I'm
once
the
I saw
same.
all three of you were in the same stream, I was like, I gotta join.
Yeah,
been a
I'm
while.
horrible with names, and especially online, I get very easily confused because the same person will be being called by 3 different names. So
Yeah.
I get very confused and I don't connect at all when somebody, figure out who people are talking about.
It took me a while to respond when someone says "got the sewing." You could see it on stream. Someone will say Godless Song, and I'm looking away because that's not my name.
Yeah.
It took me a while to get used to that one.
Like, I also just go dark for like 2-month periods of time, right? Because like my upload schedule on my channel is like one video every 2 months, and I'm just on Nat One Heroes, right? So like I forget so many people. Like I'll be on a live stream and it's like, oh, it's nice to meet you. And it's like, no, we've talked before, Genesis. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah.
Really? I gotta grab my vape. I'll be right back.
I get that. Actually, it's a problem I'm having now is that, I'm going for the name change with the gender transition, but I need to get used to the new name, but nobody calls me by my name. Because online, everybody calls me Purple.
Yeah, okay.
And aside from when I'm in the waiting room of the doctor's office and they call me, no one uses my first name. So it's like, how do I get used to responding to it if nobody's using it? What'd you say, Jenni?
Would you like me to start calling you by your name, like?
Well, no, I'm gonna stick to Purple online.
Okay.
Oh, so we're not going to be calling you Piscocho?
Okay, it's been a couple months, but I still think Sarah Tops was an amazing name. And I know we've had this conversation. I know.
No, I'm going with tarragon, like the herb. Because I found out that is Dutch for little dragon. And baby dragon is what my fiance used to call me.
Awesome.
Move beef.
So tarragon, which I'm sure everybody's just going to shorten to Terra. And that's good.
I gotta go put my phone inside. Let me switch phones. iPhones have this really bad habit of overheating, and this thing is not taking a charge, so I know that it's...
yeah, Theo, I actually had considered that of changing my legal name to Purple.
There you go.
I've gotten so used to that anytime I'm in a store and somebody says Purple, I turn around.
Purple is my favorite color, as you can tell by my lighting.
Well, that's part of my name is that purple was my fiance's favorite color and orange was my favorite color. So that's part of where this started from. And Sloth Girl kept saying that nothing rhymes with purple and nothing rhymes with orange. So by default, they should rhyme with each other.
Oh, wait a minute.
Well, they are contrasting colors, so...
Yeah, they do decently together if you don't mind being a bit loud.
To rhyme with purple, you have murple, right? And to rhyme with orange, you have forange. No?
Well, I have learned that there is a word that rhymes with orange. Is sporange is actually a valid word because it's a botanical term for the frilly structure on the bottom of mushrooms that holds the spores.
Oh.
That is the sporange.
Okay, then.
And I've got a feeling that they just used that word just because somebody said nothing rhymed with orange, so they used that.
There you go.
Because I cannot find an origin for that.
Can proper nouns count as something that rhymes with purple?
That would pretty much depend on context, because it's like if you're putting it in a song or putting it in a poem or a song.
Steve Urkel, purple. I could write a rap lyric with those two things.
Yeah, I suppose that could work.
It's a slant rhyme, but it's like pretty good.
Yeah, it's a little off. It doesn't quite flow, but it's close. Although, I've always thought that if you want a hip rap album, all you need to do is read any Dr. Seuss book to a beat.
Who's thinking about becoming a rapper?
I made a few rap songs and then I deleted all of them.
When I was younger, my friends and I used to flow all the time, but it's kind of one of those things that like I kind of fell off. I just don't do it anymore.
I deleted all my music because I'm gonna start releasing music under the Genesis Undead name.
Awesome.
Except for my dubstep's still online because it's like a persona that no one will ever tie back to me.
So I have kind of a crazy question, and I want you to look this person up, and you're gonna know why in a second when I say the name.
Okay. I love this from Mage.
A long history of Mage. Has anyone heard of Bionic Bar?
Bionic Bar.
Look them up on YouTube. They're an entertainer. So Facebook clocks me, okay? I get all the like, the ads with guys hugging. I get all the Facebook has clocked me a long time ago. And so I got this weird ad for Bionic Bar, and people trashed this person. And you know what? I kind of like their originality. It's not my thing, but I subscribe to their channel. I'm all here for LGBTQIA plus people because I'm under the same umbrella. And like, it's a bit outrageous, but it keeps on popping up because of the name, because I'm in the atheist community. And so the Bionic Bar keeps on popping up on my YouTube now. Mm-hmm. And I just subscribed. But a lot of people sent hatred to this person on Facebook. So I go over and I'm like, they're just having the time of their life is what they're doing.
Yeah, I confuse the algorithm because they don't know what I'm looking for.
You sure it's Bionic Bar? I found Bar Bionic.
There you go. I'm sorry. I'm dyslexic.
No worries. I was like, because I also see things that are Bionic Bar, but they're like weird fucking videos. And I'm like,
Bar Bionic has the hair of headphones. Okay. Now I have that song stuck in my head. All I want to do is it's Zoolander in real life. It's not for everybody, but I'm all here for gay people. I am here all day long.
Well, YouTube is trying to suggest things to me, and it's trying to figure out where the intersection is between paganism or between atheism and aircraft carriers and Lego and woodworking.
Oh,
and it hasn't quite figured out how to nail that down.
There's a turf that I'm subscribed to that I downvote all of their videos, and YouTube's like, why do you watch this crap then? I try to watch the other side, but like I used to watch Little Light Studios. I couldn't take it anymore because they went so far fundy Christian. It was ridiculous. They said anime was from the devil. It was just ridiculous.
Like the whole thing about downvoting a video is it actually promotes the video just as well as upvoting it. So that's why I always turn ad blocker on when I watch people who I don't like's content, and I don't leave any metric whatsoever. And back when I made response content, I would copy all of their tags and paste them into the tags of a video, like the response video that I made. That way, my video was always recommended after their video because it had the same metrics.
That happens.
That makes sense for copying all the tags. Yeah,
that's it. That because like I'll watch a hate video, then that person's video will come right up after. So I totally know what you're saying.
I haven't done any response videos yet, but I'm sure it's going to come to it sooner or later.
If you want help on how to get like metrics, like for response videos. And like good editing tips. I used to be a commentary channel, so I know like all the.
I have a bunch of questions because I want to like. Have you seen African Humanist? How she just has a setup where she's sitting at her desk and then you see what's on her screen. I know it's probably something simple, but I was raised by boomers.
You can use OBS to do that. You can do. There's like several screen recording. You can use like. Bandicam, like if you really don't want to use OBS and you want to for some reason pay for Bandicam, but like like most people just use OBS because then you can also stream it. And what a lot of people like, what I've seen the response community is nowadays is people live stream and respond to content and then upload like edited down versions of their live streams to their YouTube channels. I personally don't like that. Like, if you're going to be a YouTuber and you're going to be a response YouTuber, you have to like have good editing. You got to do your research. I personally don't like live streams.
I understand the live stream format just because of the amount of time it takes.
Like I said, now,
I want to do some more edited videos, and the one goal I've had for this channel that I haven't reached yet is I need to start irritating Ken Ham, because Paul Gia said anyone Ken Ham calls out by name gets to be on his channel. So that's the only goal I have left that I haven't accomplished yet.
Did they? I saw. I think did they take Greg Locke off of Twitter?
Yes. He has been banned from Twitter.
Greg Lockdown.
Finally, trying to. He's another one that's trying to kill people, giving such crappy false information.
He was encouraging violence constantly. I'm surprised it took him this long, but yeah, apparently it was the anti-mask stuff that they finally took him down for.
As somebody
so it's like they've been okay for years about him killing gays, but the idea that he might kill straight white people, that couldn't be tolerated.
Right.
There's another one. Oh, what's his name? Okay, Greg Anderson.
Oh, Lord.
He lives in Arizona, and what a lot of people don't know is one of the reasons he's so cocky is because he walks around with a 9mm. Because he knows that the average person wants to pick him up by the throat. I saw a BBC documentary where he cockily walked, like there's a crowd of people that follow around his church and protest his church. He walked up to the crowd and kind of opened his coat. He's got a 9 chilling right there. Like, I'd be cocky too if I had a gun. I wouldn't be scared of a crowd either if I had a gun, He's such a wiener, that he literally makes my blood boil.
I'd like to see him pull it out of the holster just once so they could arrest him.
Yeah, exactly. See, that's the thing. In Arizona, if you pull it, you better use it because somebody else is going to pull on you.
Well, I mean, if he pulled it facing a crowd, even if he didn't fire it, they could still arrest him for threatening someone with a deadly weapon.
I don't know, because Arizona has cowboy laws. So I don't know necessarily what the laws are behind that. Because here in California, if you walked around like that, you'd have 15 cop cars and you would be like hogtied and arrested.
Yeah. Well, that's as far as gun control, that's the thing is I don't really see anyone needs to have a handgun. I can understand hunting rifles. I don't see why anyone needs a handgun.
Especially with today's how powerful they are nowadays.
Yep.
It's not like
in Florida. I live in Florida, right? And there's the stand your ground law, which famously was like criticized in the Trayvon Martin case.
Yeah.
That's why I don't fuck with people in Florida. Because, like, even if they're saying some shit that I don't like, or if they're being a street pacifist saying all fags going to hell or some shit, right? I'm not going to argue with them because they might shoot me.
Yeah.
And they could do that and say, because in Florida, if you yell, I feel threatened, back up, and the person that you're talking to doesn't back up, they can then kill you and get away with it.
Can I run around saying that? I feel threatened, back up. I feel threatened, back up.
Well, I've thought about personally using that, like, if I ever get in a risky situation, because I carry a boot knife with me, right? So it's like, do I use the shitty system to my favor?
You almost have to, though, to protect yourself. Like, that's what we teach. Like, there's a homeless shelter that I work at. It's mainly LGBTQIA plus. First thing we do is teach self-defense to the kids. Teach how to punch someone dead in the throat.
Okay.
Dead in the throat.
We're approaching 5 hours, so I want to do kind of a wrap up.
All right.
So just do have a couple of announcements. Anyone who didn't catch them before, the Thursday night streams will now be starting at 10 p.m. Central, 2 hours earlier than they had been. And that is starting from tomorrow, ongoing in the foreseeable future. For, everyone who was rooting for Jenni and donated for Jenni to get her new car, she has the car and is currently driving around Milwaukee. So she's going to be staying down there with her family for a couple of days and then coming back with it. So very grateful to everyone who helped out with that and everyone who boosted the signal so that she was able to get the money together to get the car. So let's just go around and see what everybody's got going on. Jenni, why don't you start what you got coming up? Nat 1 Heroes and what else?
Yeah, so this weekend, student Dr. Ben is DMing a one-shot on Nat 1 Heroes. I'm in it. My usual Dungeon Master, Jonathan, is in it. And Aisel is in it. And we also got X-Cult Baby. So, fun cast of people. I'm playing a dude, bro. It's going to be awesome. I'm girl plus, so it's not even dysphoric. Other than that, I was thinking about doing a video of why the megalodon is definitely extinct, because a lot of people seem to be thinking that the megalodon still exists. So I don't know, maybe I'll make a response video to all the top 10 reasons the megalodon's still out there. Who knows?
I like that, because I'm one of those people
interesting.
I think the megalodon is still there, so I like that.
Yeah, I can prove it definitively for you that it isn't.
Awesome. I love science. I'm down.
If there is any species larger than an insect that we haven't discovered, the deep ocean is about the only place left for it.
That's my very
I will
reasoning.
also explain why it's not in the deep ocean.
Well, yeah, I don't think the megalodon does either, because it wasn't really a deep sea feeder. It did come up to the surface more often.
There's several reasons. I'll get into it. Don't worry.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see. Okay, Diana.
Oh, I'm just trying to get my act together here. The usual stuff that'll be on Sunday and Tuesday again. But I'm wanting to work on a commentary show, and maybe get people listening into that, where I just sit and bloviate for half an hour or an hour or whatever it takes. I've got to get that stuff. I'll hopefully have that going before the end of the month. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
And I'm going to be filming an episode of Transgender Chef today, and I've got a whole shitload to edit, so we'll see what happens.
Awesome.
Cool.
Yay.
Okay, Will. What do you
think? Let me stretch. Hi, I'm Godless Sewing from the Godless Sewing channel. Do you like weird sewing tutorials? Are you into sewing machines? Do you want to know about sewing machines? I made a caftan. That video should be out today or sometime soon. Come on down, like, subscribe, and all those things that you're supposed to do. I have officially lost it. I'm on my fourth sewing machine that I've fixed, and I'm going to make a video about it. So it's going to be awesome. And again, I made a caftan because we need to stop gendering clothes. I will wear what I feel like and just be fabulous in general. So come on down. It should be out sometime before 4 o'clock this morning. Godless Sewing. I don't know. Cliche.
Dai korostu.
And I'll be floating around the internet.
So I will be back tomorrow night at 10, which is about 29 hours from now. Frequently popping up in Beast chats, which Monday she does her root and branch, and then the after parties. And on Wednesday she usually just does an open mic. Hold on a second. I should have had a link here because there was. something I wanted to plug tonight. Here we go. And in just a couple hours, Godless Granny is going to be debating on Tangelo about the flood.
Oh.
So that should be an interesting program, and I'm dropping the link to that in the side chat. I think that starts in just over 2 hours here.
Yeah, I was gonna tune into that. I want to be pissed off.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Well,
every
Granny's
time I've
great.
seen Otangelo's like username in the chat, I get a little bit less faith in humanity.
Yeah.
He says, I identify as a Christian. I'm done with you. I don't want to talk to you. I want nothing to do with you. When I start hearing I identify as, my brain is like, boop, you social distancing. You stand over there, I'll stand over here. So I've been done with Ontangelo for a while.
Okay. Well, then with that, going to wrap it up here, people, and we'll see you all tomorrow night. Oh, and yeah, Jenny's not here, so need to plug movie night at 10 o'clock Central on Friday nights.
Oh, I think Pub Religion is going to be on today too.
Oh,
I could be wrong. Let me check.
I haven't seen a thing for it yet, but then again, I haven't checked while we've been streaming the last 5 hours.
Yeah, exactly. Usually Sam Chaos puts it up, but they haven't yet. So who knows? Pub Religion, go check out all of our old podcasts on Sam Chaos's channel. I forgot about that too.
Well, and if you just want to see people heckle bad science, tune into the shills at Saturdays at 6. So we will catch you all later. Bye bye.
Again, foo, boo, and goo, and it's really full of